Driving the crossover powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha and everylevelconcrete.com.
Happer.
John, Josh, Nick, what's going on?
Not much.
Well, Nick's thumbnail made me laugh.
Yeah, Josh, is that your cucumber, or are you just happy to see me?
This is unreal. You know, Mike Schaefer, he taught me
What a guy.
that if you text...
Don't tweet your meat.
No, well, that's you. You taught me that.
Yep.
He taught me if you're having a text conversation, like ask for permission to talk about it, to post it. You know, don't do that. That's rude, right?
Of course.
I think I said something once like, hey, you texted me this about a coach. Like, what do you think about it? Like, let's expand on it on the radio. And he was like,
I texted that to you and not for public consumption.
So last night, my wife, she needs me to pick up a cucumber on the way home. We were having delicious Greek burrito, like a burrito bowl, kind of, but like a Greek,
like a gyro.
A gyro bowl.
A gyro bowl.
A gyro bowl.
That's an interesting idea.
Dude,
a deconstructed gyro.
Quick side, I sent the photo to the group chat, and everyone was like, sir, how did you do this? Like, it wasn't me. But they
cucumber or the bowl?
The bowl. They were big fans of it. So anyway, she needed...
They're amazed by a thing that, can keep things inside like cereal.
Not the bowl, John, the actual meal.
The cucumber.
Great. We got Bad Mood John again.
It is your friends. I mean,
hey, they're very good people.
Sometimes I have to explain things to them very slowly.
So she needs cucumbers,
nice, John.
But she asks me to pick up a very specific cucumber. She says the ones that are in the wrapping. And so I get to the store and I grab it and I take a photo of it. I wasn't trying to rule of thirds it or frame it right. I just was like, here's a picture of the cucumber. My head, not in the gutter. And what does she do? Post it on Twitter.
There's no way in that photo for your head to not be in the gutter. There's just no way. The way you're holding it, the way a cucumber is just generally shaped.
They are shaped in a very specific way.
So
there's just no way to not do it.
Did that feel like carrying like a baseball bat in your hand?
John, it was massive.
It's a big cucumber.
It really is.
It's not a girthy cucumber. I feel like whenever I see cucumbers, they're girthy. That doesn't seem girthy at all.
And that's the specific
that's
type.
A specific kind.
That was the kind that she needed me to get.
Yeah, they're really good. They're really good too.
Yeah, so it was I don't know why. I don't know why we needed that one versus the regular cucumber.
Yeah, there is a specific quality about them that tastes different or something like that. But
yeah.
Yep, that's a good cucumber, Josh. Nice.
And then Stibbs, so she tweeted it out, and then Stibbs quoted it and said, "When Josh gets to write about Scott Frost," and that was very funny. That was very funny, but I don't understand why this happened to me.
Well, because you took a picture of it.
Yeah, John, it was a conversation between a husband and a wife about dinner time.
It's pretty funny.
Well, maybe this was her way of getting back at you for refusing to watch the Eagles-Cowboys game with her.
Yeah, I did make a joke yesterday. I said, "Oh, that sucks that you won't be watching the first Eagles game on our new TV."
So ultimately,
you're taking away TV from her?
Of course not.
Because of the cucumber.
No, he's going to run away from his wife.
I'm not spending that night with her.
I'll
spend the night. Wow, just not the game.
I think the cucumber is
she may be spending the night with the cucumber. Who knows?
You kept making fun of her, and then
it was a good cucumber.
She posted your cucumber online.
Yeah, that would be an honor. But I don't want to make everyone jealous. Nick, did that cucumber make you jealous?
No.
Interesting.
And it's awful green.
That cucumber specifically,
Shrek's cucumber.
Those kind of cucumbers.
Yeah.
They are wrapped in that very tight plastic.
That was the thing that she was like.
It's very interesting.
See, now I'm going to scroll back and scroll.
Yep.
It is interesting. Because she asked me, let's see. Oh, there's the text of the cucumber to her. But she said to pick up. It's like an English cucumber or something, I think is what they're called.
There's no way that thing's English.
Nice. Got him.
Look at that.
Let's see if I can find the text.
It's got an outline and everything on
But
it.
yeah, I think it was like get the English cucumber. But on the sticker that was on the package, it was like, I don't remember what California. It said California, and so I was like, maybe this isn't the
California
cucumber.
California.
Yeah. So I forgot.
Now you learned your lesson.
Yep.
Don't tweet your cucumber.
Never. Yeah, and Kelsey says it is an English cucumber. Yeah, I did get the correct one. She responded to my text. Good job.
Shout out Kelsey.
Yeah, thank you, Kelsey, by the way.
Kelsey.
The GOAT. John, I'm so sorry. Close your ears.
Yeah, brownies.
But we got brownies.
That's an empty bag, Connor.
He already ate his.
There was a brownie in there.
I mean, that's not a great
I ate half of
empty
mine.
bag.
I ate all of mine.
This was supposed to be for John, but it was for me.
I ate half of mine.
Well, that's all right. Enjoy. It looked like you enjoyed it.
Oh, I did.
John, they are fresh.
I
they
said
are
to
warm.
Josh offered it to me, and I said, "Sure." Josh.
Yeah, what did
Are
Joey
they?
say?
Were they
Joey said-
gooey?
Joey said, "No,
Yes.
I'm already injured because of Jason Tatum's Achilles."
No, I made the Jason Tatum joke. He said something about sweets. He'd already had a sweet today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had to limit himself for whatever reason. But I got it. I said, I think I'm going to save this until after lunch. And how quickly did that last? 4 seconds.
Yeah, you're like, nah, never mind. I'll eat it.
I
Just have it now.
I
John, they're
have
good.
absolutely no self-control.
They're good. No, they're not good. They're good.
They're very good.
Brownies are one of those
Healthy,
things.
thank you.
They have to be gooey. They
Mm.
can't be overcooked. I mean, I can understand people who like the crispy cookies versus the chewy cookies. I'll hear you there.
Yeah.
But what the hell?
What happened? Oh my gosh!
Oh my God, it looks like it's really there.
Nick,
It
some,
does.
some good.
Josh, don't go like this.
Nick, stand up.
Whoa!
It would be pretty funny, Nick.
Okay. All right. That's
John, you could do some really funny things. Really funny things. Oh, there you go.
It's very smooth. It's very smooth. It's a very nicely smooth cucumber you have there.
Man. Okay. Anyway,
Wow.
the brownies were awesome.
They were
Thank you,
very
Kelsey.
good. Thank you, Kelsey.
Thanks, Kelsey.
Yeah. Mike says that I'm saving half of his and we'll eat the countdown to eating. No, I just didn't have time, Mike. Didn't have time.
So I've told you guys this before. Like when I get stuff from a fast food.
No, we're not doing anything else. It does look like it's right there. It's like 3D.
When I get
It
stuff
does.
from a
It's
fast
like-
food place, I like.
Wouldn't you like to have?
Okay,
I'm sorry,
would you
wouldn't
stop
like
it,
to have-
John?
Wouldn't you like to have your microphone on the end of that boom?
You
How
put
much
the
better
muff
would
up
it be?
there. Yeah.
Look at that. How much better would that be? It's stand up there. You know,
Yeah, that's a nice boom.
very nice boom.
Stib says, grow up,
Yeah,
guys.
this is not health class.
This is not health class. No.
Did they do that in health class for you when you were in
I thought they. I
No.
thought they used the banana.
We had in middle school, there was this lady named Crystal who would go around to other schools and teach sexual health.
Nice.
She had a wooden member that she would demonstrate on.
Wooden?
Just a straight up wooden.
What did it look like?
It looked like a penis happer.
That'd be funny if she actually just used a 2x4.
That's a drop.
Wow, that's awful square.
It looked like a penis happer.
Who was the lucky person who got to make that in shop class?
I don't know. She just had it on her. She's like, here's a bunch of condoms. Here's this. This is how it works.
Wow, we never got anything that interactive. It was just like we got showed videos.
No, the
you know?
That sounds like something that Laura Ingalls Wilder would have used back in the 1880s.
What a reference. She's the one who wrote Little House, on, the Prairie. Wow.
Yeah, Little House on the
So-
Prairie.
Amazing.
It's weird because based on like
Well, pause away again. He's out hunting buffalo. Been gone for a while.
I always thought it was shocking
Yeah,
that
wooden.
I grew up in a very conservative small town, yet we had 3 different sex ed type of classes.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was weird how liberal they were teaching us about sex.
Not anymore, I bet.
Probably not.
Yeah. What happens now? I wonder.
Because like 6th grade, that was here's how babies
that
are
your-
made and born.
That was your first class?
no,
Ours was in 4th.
or 6th grade. Well, technically 4, I guess, because the 4th grade one, that was like the puberty video.
Yeah,
Just
oh,
telling
yeah.
you, oh, here's what's
Yeah,
going
that was
on.
the only thing we got was the puberty video. Everyone
didn't
got
get-
to watch it in 5th grade.
You didn't get like how it happens or a birth video, John? We watched a lady give birth one time, not in person, on a video.
All right,
may
class,
have been
we're
involved
taking a
in
field
that.
trip.
So what it was so I remember I think it was 5th grade, and it was an after school thing.
Mhm.
So like some parents, I suppose, could have opted their kids out. I don't
Sure.
remember if anyone did. And so the boys went into one room and watched their film, and the girls went into their room and they watched their film.
Yep.
And it
That
was
sounds
rather
right.
interesting after the film was done when everyone would mingle out in the hallway or out on the playground. Hell, what was your film like?
Ha! Classic.
Everybody was just
So-
snickering the entire time.
Yeah, so in 4th grade, I guess we got the puberty video, and same thing with John. They split us up, but then they
Put
handed
that
us like
away.
they handed us like little
Oh my gosh.
doggy bags. Like, here's your first deodorant. Here's a little booklet that's got like graphics and details in
Yeah.
it for you. And then 6th grade, it was here's where babies come from and how they're made.
Mostly what I watched are mostly what they gave us in that class. I think the class was called Human Growth and Development.
That was what mine was called.
That was an optional one I could have taken.
I just remember watching episodes of Degrassi.
Yes, we did the same thing.
All we watched
Degrassi Junior High.
All we watched was episodes of Degrassi. I don't even remember anything from that class except for the episodes of Degrassi.
I remember there was a question. I mean, I guess like we're going down this road and John keeps putting this erect cucumber
I
on
know
us.
this is not me, man.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not.
No,
John.
this is not me. That's Nick.
Somebody asked, this was in 7th or 8th grade, if you were able to have sex without. Yeah. And he goes, can you push a chain? And I was like, wow, that has stood in my head or stuck in my head for 20 years.
Wow.
20 years. Can you push, Nick, can you push a chain?
No.
The answer is no.
It's a long
The
time.
answer is no.
Wow. That's like a different version of does a bear in the woods.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mike says on YouTube, can you learn sex ed from Drake? Yes.
No, was he on Degrassi Junior High or was he on the newer version?
No,
I
he was
watched the
on
one from
Degrassi.
the 80s.
Yeah, that one.
He was on that one?
One went into the 90s.
Oh, okay.
And
I didn't
he
realize
was
that.
shot.
Oh,
and
wow,
he was
really?
he had to use a wheelchair.
Yeah. And then Kendrick, years later, said,
See,
Drake.
for some reason, I thought that he was on, like, there was a second Degrassi Junior High.
I thought that was way later. I thought that show's like happening like now.
Yeah, he
Isn't it?
wasn't, okay, he wasn't on the first one, because the first one was, I mean, he's our age. He couldn't have been on a show in the 80s about high school.
Well, maybe we watched Degrassi Junior
He
High
was
then.
on Degrassi The Next Generation.
That's the one I watched.
Wow, we watched the OG. John, did
You're
you ever
only
watch?
2 years
I
older
have
than me.
no idea
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
You didn't watch Degrassi
John,
Junior
you didn't
High?
watch
Never heard of
Degrassi?
this.
Yeah.
Never heard of this.
It's a show about growing up.
It is.
It's a show about growing up.
We also watched, what was the Ben Affleck movie where he was a football player? Do you remember this? Have you seen this? Have you heard about
Ben
this?
Affleck was a football player?
Ben Affleck was a football player.
Ben Affleck,
Ben Affleck was an accountant.
football player.
Ben Affleck was a Batman.
There was something. Oh, is it this? The television series Against the Grain? Oh, wait, no. Steroid abusing. What one was this? Because it was about don't do steroids.
Steroids.
Body to Die For, the
Whoa.
Aaron Henry story.
Whoa.
I think that's the one that we watched. And it was about don't do steroids
Wow.
because he was a jerk. I think
There
he was
there was
abusive.
definitely a part of that class about steroids.
Yes, which is interesting.
I mean,
Yeah,
it must have been all the rage because of the MLB players.
maybe that's why. Look, kids, I know that you want to be like
you
Barry Bonds.
You love Barry Bonds, but don't do that.
Yeah,
So-
look at what would happen to your head.
That'd be good titles for don't do steroids films. Back Knee to the Future.
Oh, that's good, John.
Nice,
Yeah,
John.
that's very good.
Back Knee to School.
So I didn't take the human growth and development class, but that was the one where the kids got the little electronic babies. Is that the same for you guys?
we never got the
I
babies.
think that was the girls. Who
I never
got
had the babies.
Yeah,
There was also
kind of sexist.
there was also a project where they had a pregnancy belly, and then even the guys, every person in that class had to take turns wearing that for a day.
I'm happy we didn't.
That
do
is weird.
That's crazy.
What is the point?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's supposed to teach the guys sympathy.
I'm
and I
glad-
think it's supposed to prepare the women.
I'm glad I never had the baby because it has prepared me to not be a father.
That's true. Yeah, you'd be like, but I want to call baseball games and never go home.
See, John, I cut off your joke right there.
I wasn't even going to say
Yes,
anything.
you were, John.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, you were. I think you were.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Okay. All right.
That's interesting. I wonder how it's done today, if it's done at all.
They get virtual babies.
Well,
On
just the
TikTok.
They
overall,
get Tamagotchis.
just the overall education.
Oh, human growth and development.
Yeah.
I don't know. God, that's a great question.
Yeah.
I don't really want to wonder about it very much, but
You'll have to at some point in
Yeah,
time.
you are going to have to sign off on some revision slips in a few years.
damn, that is true. I haven't thought about that yet. Damn, you guys just screwed that up. For
Sorry,
me.
Happer. Have
I was
fun.
so happy being a father to a small
I mean,
child.
it could be like 3 years from now in preschool.
Yeah, you never know with kids.
Kid doesn't do anything, you know. She has no opinions
And
yet.
soon she's going to have so many
And
takes.
she hasn't really even met anybody. It's awesome.
Are
Yeah.
you sure she doesn't have any opinions or takes, or she just can't voice and express those opinions?
Yeah,
Mm.
I mean, I guess. I mean, she kind of waves to stuff.
Oh, that's fun.
That's a take.
She kind of
She
points at
waves to
stuff. Yeah.
A wave is good, maybe point is bad.
Yeah, she says buh.
Oh,
Buh.
Yeah, she says buh.
Buh.
I wonder what buh means.
Buh means book.
Oh,
Whoa, she is not
you
your
have
daughter.
a nerd baby.
She loves books.
This is amazing.
Her book. She loves books. She looks at the books. She holds the books over her head. She loves books.
Big fan of your daughter.
Books are
That's-
very, very versatile. You can use it as a umbrella.
That's
No,
what she does.
John,
basically.
you can read it. You could read it. How
She
about
doesn't
that?
care
Well,
about
I'm
that.
thinking of other things you can do with it as well.
I don't know what else you would do with a book.
Buh. That's what
Maybe
she
you're
said.
cold. You can burn them.
You could, John. You know who else
John.
burned books?
No.
Under.
Hitler.
Under.
Oh, I wonder what his youth did for human growth and development
Oh
class.
my god.
I don't want to
Well,
know.
they probably encouraged it because they needed to grow the armies.
That's true.
Yes,
Well,
but they only had to be with certain,
Well, I mean, as soon as you were 5, you just got sent to the front line too. Anyway,
That's
it was
true.
a different time.
This is that class is probably where he became who he was.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what happened in that class. I have no idea.
Here's what happens when you
Austrian
take the math.
human growth and development class in the late 1800s.
which is weird because
What were they
apparently,
teaching?
like, I guess I don't know about.
Some debate.
Here is where you take the math.
I don't know about Austria, but I'm pretty sure, or maybe it was Austria. One of Germany or Austria before World War I was
Yeah.
pretty liberal when it came to sexuality and stuff.
Yeah.
People would go there specifically.
Girls
because
were
of
showing their ankles.
because of how open and accepting it was,
Check out my elbow.
relatively.
Yeah. It was a different time.
Different time.
forearm. Oh, it is so exciting.
Man, they loved cucumbers. Yeah, there it is. I was
And
waiting.
there it is.
Yeah, I
Put
was
it
waiting.
away.
I was
We
waiting.
knew it was coming.
Mhm.
Gross.
Mhm.
I think I
Guys.
like doing this more than drops.
It is so shiny. Oh,
Was it good?
interesting.
Was it
Nick.
delicious anyway? Was it
John,
good?
Play
The-
some drops.
The dinner was so damn good, man.
But would it have been the same without the
Yes.
cucumber?
well, actually, I'm not a huge fan of cucumbers, but I didn't.
Are you jealous?
No, Nick. Here, I'll post a photo. I'll post a photo in the chat now. I'm not going to run it through all my
Would you
stuff.
like to see a picture?
Yeah, you want to see a picture? I'm not going to
I can
do.
see a picture of my
I'm
cucumber.
not going to add a zone logo, so it's going to do the stupid thing where you can still see us on the sides. I don't
Oh,
like doing this,
I
but
don't
I just
either.
want to get this photo
You
up
gotta
as
get it out,
quickly
get
as
it out.
possible.
Let's not worry about it.
Well, I like
fine.
John the show looking good. So there was the
Oh,
you got the
Deconstructed Euro.
you got
Yeah,
the
that's
tzatziki
exactly what it
sauce
is.
in the middle. You got the rice on the left. You got the chicken on the top. You got
Where's the cucumber?
The cucumber is mixed in
It's
with
in
the
there.
onions
You
and
can kinda
the
see
and
it.
the
Oh,
feta cheese.
way down there at the bottom. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fun because we can get a before and after pic.
There you go. Yes, this is what happens to a cucumber when it goes to my home.
Mm. Didn't teach
And
us that
nothing
human growth
else.
and development.
Nothing else, Nick.
Do you have a rice maker?
Yes, we do.
I need
It's
to get one.
Been
Game
such,
changer.
It's been such a helpful thing to my life.
It's wonderful.
It's awesome because you can put the rice in and then you can just do everything else.
It's
Yes.
amazing. You just leave it.
Just leave it.
I'll
Yeah.
start it and take
And
things
it's
for a
sitting
walk.
there ready for you when
Oh,
you're ready. When
when
you're done.
Look at this. Something that this show all agrees on. Rice
Rice.
maker.
Yeah.
Is
Rice
great.
Nick just
makers are
needs
good.
one.
I
Yeah.
need one, but
Oh,
I make
Nick,
my own rice.
maybe a wedding gift. That's a year from now.
I
Let's
can
all
put it
get
on
him
the
a rice
registry.
maker for weddings.
You-
So
yeah,
he has
it'd be-
so he has
Four
like
rice
8 of them
Rice
to take
makers are
back.
the new
Too many
toasters.
rice makers.
Now, do you have one of the big ones? We
No,
have a small.
It's a very, very small.
What about how big is yours, John?
Bigger than that cucumber.
Nice.
I don't know. I mean, I honestly, shoot, I don't have anything here that.
Is it? It's very.
Charles says it's a rice cooker, boys.
Sorry,
rice
rice
cooker,
cooker.
yeah.
I mean, the rice
I'm
is
guessing
already
it's just a
made.
normal
Yes.
sized one. It's not like massive, but
Because
it's
what are
also
the
not-
big ones called?
The pressure cookers.
Pressure cookers. That's
Yeah,
what I was
no,
saying.
I
You don't
don't
have
have
one of those.
that.
Yeah, so we have one of the
No,
rice
no, no.
cookers. Yeah. And by the way, my
rice cooker.
rice cooker.
rice cooker.
My wife is in here. She did indeed make the tzatziki sauce. So she made that
Oh,
from
how do you
scratch.
make a tzatziki?
It's like yogurt.
It's yogurt and
Mister? Yogurt?
Yogurt. There's some acid. There's some acid in there. Some acidicness, like
Probably
lemon,
some lime
maybe.
juice, maybe.
I think she
or-
uses lemon juice.
I love a
lemon juice?
tzatziki. I wish
Yeah.
it was. I like the places that have it a little bit. It's not quite as thick and clumpy.
Yeah.
You know, some of some.
Also,
Is
maybe
there
you'd
dill in it?
You don't like a
Yes.
clumpy
Yes,
tzatziki?
John. There is some
there's
dill in
definitely
there.
dill in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, it's so good. I'm a huge fan of
It's good.
tzatziki
It's very
sauce.
good.
I love a gyro.
Gyros are something I don't have enough. I enjoy a
that's
good
what-
gyro, and I don't have it
That's
enough.
what we were saying yesterday because we had
Handshake
gyros
bibs all the way around.
We had gyros on Sunday.
Yeah.
My parents came over. We did that for Mother's Day. That's what my mom wanted. And I was saying to Riss that night, I said, gyros are great because they are both like refreshing because of the cold tzatziki, but also like filling and hearty because of the chicken and everything.
Oh, it's a very.
God.
The
it's a-
Greeks were onto something when they made those.
yeah, big fan.
but it's like it's a sandwich,
Thank
but it's
you,
like an
Greece.
open face sandwich.
It's awesome, man.
It's a big
See,
ass taco.
I've always compared gyros to like tacos.
That's what John just
Taco.
said.
that's
yeah.
that's what they are. They're big Greek tacos.
Big fan.
It's very good.
Delicious.
That's very good. When we
Yeah.
get the Greek truck for the College World Series, when they've come up for the last couple of years.
So
Delicious.
I love that truck.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
we
we
had
be
get
there
that
that
in the
day.
booth.
the folks from
Chris?
Blair, right?
Chris, if you're listening,
Yes.
They were from Blair, I believe.
I was
Originally from
Really
Greece.
good. I mean, they brought up the stuff between games. Really good.
I want to talk to these people
Really good.
on the College World Series shows.
I think they want to talk to you.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
All right. Well, we'll make this happen.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, you can do it. I'm
Yeah.
already getting
Because
it
I'll be working every day, Nick.
for once.
I'll be on. No, not for once. Well, I mean, kind of for once.
Matthew writes in,
Hello,
he has a
Matthew.
simple recipe for food.
Oh,
Rice plus protein plus sauce equals food.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty much what Michael said yesterday about Chinese food.
hard
That's
to argue with that.
For-
That's all food is.
One of
yeah.
my go-to things to make
So
when I
many
lived by
combinations.
myself was rice and ground beef. Then I'd put some seasoning in it.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's like the lowest form of that possibility. But
It's
yes,
food.
It's food.
It's food.
It
I
is
made
food.
food.
It's good.
I love rice. I've really gotten into rice the last
Welcome
couple
to
of
the
years.
rice side.
I
It's
love
so
rice. No,
good.
we've always loved rice. It's just it can't be your own.
Now it's so damn easy. I
It
mean,
really is.
It's almost fun to make because you just do a couple of things, you turn it on, you leave it alone, and then whenever you want it, you just open up the thing, and there it is.
Andrew writes, if you're down by UNMC, which we are, try Euro Kings, life-changing. What if when John returns to the studio?
Who did I just tell about that last week?
Oh, I've never
Somebody on the show.
never seen this and heard about this.
It's on Saddle Creek.
What if when John
I
returns,
don't like driving on Saturday.
we celebrate his return with a little
Oh,
Euro Kings?
Let's do it.
John, when are you coming back?
July.
I have no idea. I really don't.
John,
Oh,
let's get some
wow.
euros.
I don't know yet because Friday's the first appointment, so I'll know. I'll have a little better idea on Friday. I hope.
I do love that place. I go there in between the show and like baseball games sometimes. Maybe I'll do it today. Who knows?
Wow. You were trying to figure out where to go, and you were going to go to
I
a
don't-
sandwich
yeah,
shop.
I don't
And that
want-
sounds boring.
It's a little heavy.
The Euro
for
is?
what I'm thinking right now.
Understandable.
Yes. But that place is really good.
Yeah, you're looking for something more cold today, it seems.
Yeah.
For lunch.
Cold, refreshing, light.
Yeah.
A salad.
Oh, by the way,
I love a salad.
the person that I said, I hope you're listening, was listening. Boom. Looks like we're making calls, getting interviews booked,
is it Mr.
getting
Mr.
food
P.
in, getting food in our bellies.
Mr. P.
Man, I
Mr.
can't
P.
wait.
Mr.
I can't wait.
P.
I'm so
Mr.
excited to
P.
see the College World Series through Matt's eyes this year. He is
He'll be like, wow.
ready to go. He is so excited. He has
Wow.
takes, he has questions.
Yeah.
And I have some answers. I'm trying to get It's going to be a
How many
lovely
days
time.
in before Josh gets tired of Matt?
Every game.
Never, John.
I think they're actually a great match. They're going to be good friends.
I never get tired of takes.
Oh, this will be interesting.
I love takes.
Is that true?
No, I get tired of some
I
takes.
mean,
don't know.
Mr. I write about Scott Frost in my spare time.
Right.
I think this will be an
I was
interesting
killing time on a
dynamic
Saturday.
because Matt is going to be the young, full of hope, optimistic boy. and
He
you're
reminds
gonna
me
be
of
like
me.
John, cynical, cold.
No, I will
old.
not be. I'm not like John. I still like sports.
Mm.
So
I like sports. I just don't have to obsess
still
over
like-
one sport.
I obsess over two, John. Excuse me. College
One.
football and the NFL.
And
Those
track.
are two sports. Yes, thank you, Happer. And distance running, John. You never let me talk about distance running.
We used to. We had a whole segment
The
about it.
goal here is to keep everybody awake.
Oh, interesting. And yet we talk baseball.
If
So.
the
Left,
president
right,
of the
left,
United
right.
States can fall asleep during important things, I think we should be allowed to have a little nap too.
Oh, no. Did he fall asleep?
Again, yeah.
Ah,
President B or President T?
President T.
Oh, wow.
wow. That's 2 in a row.
Well, I mean, when we're electing people that are 75 plus, that's
Yeah.
going to happen.
They need nap time.
What
They
did,
do.
what did I see? I probably
It's like-
once a week I see the highlight of the week from President T. I
Hmm.
can't remember what he did yesterday that I was laughing at.
Well, yesterday
Was
he
it
was
the jet?
comparing getting the free jet to something Sam Snead said. Sam Snead said, when they give you the putt, you pick up the ball and you say, thank you. And you move on.
Hey, okay.
It was
I did
actually
not
pretty
s-
funny. It was
wasn't
very
that
funny.
one.
That's true, though. If
It was
someone
very
says
funny.
you're good to go,
Take
Yeah.
the yes.
Take it.
Yeah.
even if
You
you're
pick
like,
up the ball,
that's like
they
an
say
eight-
thank you and
that's
you move on.
That's an 8-footer. You're going to say that?
Yeah.
We got a sign one time. I was down in Kansas City with a friend, another friend. And so there were 3 of us at the golf course. And they were like, we're going to, add another guy. It's like, oh, God. This dude was something else. Asking for putt. Can I get that one?
It's like, yeah, nobody's keeping score for you, bud.
Also, you're like a dozen feet away. Like, you
Yeah.
should probably putt that. That
Yeah.
dude he was lying up and down. I mean, yeah, I got a 5 on that hole. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
Why are you lying to me? I don't
Nobody's
know
like,
you.
"So I'll mark you for a 2, Rory.
Yeah, that guy
McIlroy."
was something else,
I don't
man.
care. Whatever you want to do.
I'm not made for golf because I couldn't do that because I want to feel like I earned it. So I will take as many strokes as I need to.
Wow, it's like
actually-
Saving Private Ryan.
It's a good
Yep.
thing.
Earn this.
It's a good
I want to
quality.
feel like I earned it, even if I end up being plus 50 at the end of the round. I'm like, well, at least
Nick, you'd
every
be way
stroke
more
of
than
those.
plus 50.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am someone who likes to finish every hole.
Even
Would
in
Nick
disc golf.
shoot more than plus 50.
I think so.
I've seen his swing. It's rough.
To be fair, that was the first time
It's
I'd
like
ever swung.
It's like a 125 at a regular course, like a 120.
Yeah.
Think more?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think Nick would get close
I mean,
to
that's
a,
close to the max.
I think Nick would shoot around a 150.
If anybody
Wow.
wants to donate golf clubs and a round to me, I will do it for content.
And around. Oh, that's great. Last year we tried to do the Frisbee thing. Maybe this year we get you to golf.
Maybe.
Okay.
I'd be willing to try it.
I mean, are we counting like if he swings and misses the ball as a stroke? Because
No.
then, I mean,
No, you got to hit it.
Well, but if they do that on the tour, it counts.
Did he address it? What if he didn't
Well, yeah.
address it? And he just missed it.
by the way, sources are telling me John will be back in studio next Monday.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right.
What? Who's your
That is-
source?
I have
I have-
sources.
That I have no idea, and I'm not making any promises.
You have a source close to John?
Uh-huh.
Is this person kicking John out of the house?
I don't know.
Interesting.
Well, she's laying over on the couch right now. She seems to be happy with me being here. So.
Okay. That's
Oh, that's awesome. You guys get to spend so much more time together.
Yeah, we're not walking, so we might as well spend time together other ways.
You can't go for a walk?
I mean,
too sweaty.
It is
Yeah.
hot. It is nasty out.
Yeah. Plus, he
Yeah.
can't like power walk. You can't just
No, I
swing
can't.
his arm around.
can't walk like
If you
I
walk
want
like
to.
this.
Then people
Like
think I'm
this,
taking a
Nick.
right.
Like this,
Then
like
people
this.
think
Like-
I'm taking a right turn.
Like this.
Ah.
There. Where
Damn
it's a
it.
normal.
Not
it's
the
a-
other way.
It's a normal.
It's not like that.
It's normal, Nick. What I'm doing is very normal.
I couldn't get the screenshot fast enough.
Yeah. Thank God.
Pretty good.
Thank God.
Pretty good.
Mm.
Wow. Okay. Next Monday, we're looking forward to it.
Man, I can't wait to see you again, John.
That means we're getting Euros next Monday.
You're going to be very disappointed, I think.
How come? Because you stink?
I saw John. He didn't stink.
Awesome.
Congrats on not stinking, John.
Poll question.
We were in the same
Does
very
John look like he
small
stinks?
room for several hours. He didn't smell at all.
Man, this is exciting.
There was no reports of
We're
that.
gonna get to hang out with Bearded John.
Oh, Bearded John.
Is Bearded John a different kind of John? You
It's
hung out with him.
special.
Yeah.
It's special.
It's,
Yeah. I think John just being outside makes him so happy now.
He loved it.
Like,
He was having an excellent
will
time.
he have ever been so excited to see me and Nick in person? No. He might get down on the floor and kiss the ground.
We really got to
highly unlikely. I mean, you know what's been on that floor.
Yeah,
You know what's been
you'll
on that
come back
floor.
and you'll say, "Why don't we just stay in this studio forever and ever?"
I
and
love
ever?"
this studio.
You
I've
know,
missed it so.
You don't know what you got till it's gone. You know, guys.
That's true.
That's true.
It just feels like home.
Hmm.
That is true.
John, I just got a message from
the source.
the holder of the College World Series credentials that said, "Tell John I need a new photo for his credential with the beard.
Oh.
Got to
There
get
will
a
be-
new one with the beard."
No, it's no. I mean, I would prefer use like my kindergarten photo.
Oh, that'd
I suggested the photo of Ferrin staring up at the sky and yelling. I thought that would have been a good one. We should have comical photos for our
for our
for our
credentials.
credentials.
That's not far off because
It's because it's not like people are actually looking at the. Are you sure this is the right guy? I mean,
That's true.
They're not looking that.
you
My-
used to go to like Facebook and
Well,
just find pictures.
my
right?
my old, what's it called, a passport is Goober Josh, and I remember the last time I used it and they were like,
I
the
took
hell?
mine
"What's
as
going
a,
on with you?"
I think it was a selfie on the other side of this wall 4 years ago.
Your passport photo?
No, my credential, my College World Series.
Oh, I
credential.
see. So you had
Yeah.
hair,
Yeah,
right?
I did
You
have
had
hair
hair?
in the picture. Yeah.
You posted that photo of you today with hair, but you had your wedding ring on. I was like, I didn't remember he had hair when he got married.
I had hair when I got
I thought
married.
you were a bald man.
It was a
back then.
long time ago.
It hasn't been that long.
4 years.
Wow, it has been 4 years.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
More than 4 now.
That was
Happy
the same
anniversary to
summer
me.
Schaefer got summer. Summer.
He got summered. Yeah,
Yeah, he got summered.
Mhm.
That's exciting. Wow, you guys were the 2021 boys.
that's right. It was a great year.
That was the sweatiest wedding of all time.
It was.
Yes, it was.
Oh my
There was
gosh,
no
that
air
we were all
conditioning.
stinky that night.
Yeah.
Oh, we were.
Yeah,
Oh, we definitely were.
especially the person who had the zip-up sweater on for some reason.
Questionable move by that person.
Very weird
What was
move.
that person thinking?
I have
Holy
no
cow.
idea.
By the way, there is this conversation.
First of all, you should be wearing those in the middle of July anyway.
Yeah, I don't know why that person was doing that.
No, yeah. Put that away for the winter or the summer.
I'm,
What are they talking about right now?
there's this conversation going on. So John, as we know, is injured.
Yes,
I've
I've seen this.
Jacob Padilla has broken his ankle into smithereens.
And then he bashed his head into the ground.
And then
or
he
something.
bashed his head into the ground.
This sounds like a bad deal.
And people are concerned about my well-being, that I am next.
The next Blue Jay?
For a significant injury.
Are you guys doing a bit, John, surrounding the release of Final Destination? Is something happening right now?
It's viral marketing.
It's really good. All these
I
Blue
don't
Jay
know.
people are bashing their heads and wrists into the ground.
I don't know.
I'm concerned about you, Happer.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully I don't know what would be if you could pick a limb, what would be the favorite?
Shoulder.
Big shoulder.
Well, don't you play softball? Oh, I guess you already screwed up. You did mess up your back.
Oh, oblique.
That's right.
Oh, man.
I'm a little. It's not
You're
like
okay?
I don't need a cast for it. You know what I mean?
Charles says it's the thumb down curse.
The Garrett Langrel.
Is that what this? And I know if anyone was talking about baseball, it was Padilla.
Oh, Padilla did say "Roll Jays, go baseball." Wow, a couple times on my show.
That is incredible stuff.
Good
What a
for him.
sentence.
He's branching out. He's growing up.
Roll Chase, go baseball.
Now he's got plenty of time to sit back and watch baseball, apparently.
Oh, he definitely
He loves
will.
He's going to be laid up for a while.
Yeah.
Get well soon, Jay.
That's why I think at a certain point you got to stop playing basketball. It's just not the sport for you as you age.
This is why
Yeah,
all the
that's
people
true.
are blowing their Achilles out.
Yes. Is that official yet, by the way? Have they announced that his
No.
Achilles exploded yesterday?
No, but man, it
It
sure
did.
looked obvious.
Yeah, especially because, it was behind the play, and Breen is
the
like,
play.
he's down. And then when they show the replay and he just steps, and it's like,
Yep.
that's
Yep. He didn't turn anything,
no. Good night. Good night to his Achilles.
Ouch.
That sucks.
but he's only 27 or something like that.
Yeah, but he'll be 29 when he returns.
That's true.
He's going to miss all of next year. We won't see him play until October of 2026. Who's going to be Nebraska
I wouldn't have
football's
saw
head
him
coach?
anyway. Oh, interesting question.
Or no, October of 2027.
October of 2027.
26, right?
No, October of 26.
Yeah,
October
26.
Because remember,
Yeah,
the
it's
next
gotta be your
NBA
bowl.
season starts in October of
It'll
25.
still be Matt Rule.
Okay.
It'll
I
still
was
be-
just asking,
yeah.
just asking.
What if he had 2 Achilles injuries then? And
So 27?
yeah.
Now it's a fun topic.
Why'd you write about it, Josh?
Maybe I will. Who will be the coach in 2027?
Maybe it'll be Scott
Hey!
Frost.
You want to write about it?
Scott Frost, after going to the college football playoff, puts his name in for Nebraska head coach.
Oh man,
Exciting.
that would
That'd be
be
crazy.
that would be quite the timeline. Layton says, I quit at 41, Josh. My 6'4" ass was feeling the pain after pickup games. Have to let this bleep go.
Yep.
Yeah, you do.
It's
Yeah.
over.
And Jacob's
There's
a
always
lot,
Emily
lot
the
younger
show.
than that.
There is always video games. That
There's
is
always
true.
video
Nick.
games.
Want to play basketball in real life? Sorry, but you got a video game.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I even shot a hoop.
Oh, shooting hoops is cool.
Yeah, I don't want to shoot a hoop right
You
now.
don't have to really move to shoot hoops.
I know, but I would worry that my shot would be so off that it would be embarrassing.
It would be horribly
because
embarrassing.
I would either push too far, I would have too much strength, or not enough. So
So
I'd airball it
you'd
or
have
I'd hit
to-
the back.
You'd have to
This-
do the first couple shots in private.
Definitely.
The solution to this is just not care.
But I'd be mad at myself.
Okay. Stop. Don't care.
I hold myself
Let
to a
it
higher
go.
standard than
Okay,
you, Nick.
let it go. You don't shoot basketballs all the time. It's okay to mess it up
Exactly,
sometimes.
because I don't want to be bad. That's why I stopped playing golf.
Oh, so you let your fear hold you back.
No, it's not fair.
Never let your fear
Decide your fate. AWOL Nation
of
said that.
striking out make you stop playing.
You
the
miss
game.
100% of the shots you don't take?
Yes.
Wayne Gretzky,
That's
Michael
exactly what I meant.
Mhm.
Scott? Interesting.
You don't play professionally. Nobody is expecting you. You shouldn't even expect yourself to hit every shot.
That's not how society works, though, Nick.
Okay.
Nick's argument to everything today is okay.
Hmm.
It's very interesting. I like it.
Like, it's
Okay.
not how society works, but just ignore it and then it's not a problem.
Okay.
Are you telling me to ignore feedback?
Yes.
You?
I'm telling you to ignore I'm telling you to ignore the bad thoughts in your head and then think that people actually care about you missing a basketball. I don't think they do.
Well, but I care.
Okay. Stop caring.
Why does he keep saying okay?
Stop caring.
Is Nick doing a bit?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll let these two flesh it out.
Yeah,
during the-
you guys can definitely figure that one out.
We'll cucumber it out.
We'll
Nice.
cucumber it out. That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Connor, enjoy the game tonight there at the Towel.
Baseball.
Don't forget the extra long cord so you can get crowd noise.
No, yeah, yes.
Oh yeah, those windows don't open.
They correct me.
No, they do not.
Forgot about that.
Okay. So, okay.
Put a hole in the window. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss just a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
So much stuff going on in our world. How will we ever get through it all today? I guess we'll find out here in the next 3.5 hours.
Probably a little talking, a little reading, a little phone answering, a little talking again.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Okay.
Welcome, everyone. Tuesday Grum. Another beautifully but warm day out there.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff. Man, of course it would be the time that I'm not driving, where the wind's not blowing 800 miles an hour, thus buffeting me all over the road.
John, it's amazing.
It's crazy. I drive down,
yeah.
it's like, wow, it's like neutral for conditions. This is great.
After the spring, and then when you drive by flags and they're not moving, it's like, wow, this is weird. It's like a weird
The
visual.
world has stopped
You
turning.
literally say, this is not bad.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
It wouldn't be bad if it weren't for the wind.
Yeah. Especially the
And-
morning right now. Because it is getting a little toastier in the afternoons, but
It is.
the mornings, man, I opened the back door this morning, let Banks out, and it was, I don't know, 6:50-ish or so. And the way that cool air hit my bod, and I was like, let's go. And then it was a little toasty when we went out later on. But, it is what it is.
I like the non-humid toasty too.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had some of that lately.
It's a dry heat, kids.
Oh, yeah.
I tickled chains last night. I felt great.
Look
it
at
wasn't
that.
too hot. I wasn't sweating up a
Good
storm.
for you.
Yeah, John, you missed it. Nick apparently had a good night of chain tickling.
I did. My overall score was bad, but I got 5 pars, John. I've never gotten 5 pars in one round.
He's never gotten 5 pars, John.
But your score was bad.
Yeah, it's weird. There was a few holes where I did very
So you
bad.
must have quadruple bogeyed many holes.
A couple.
Wow.
The layout on some of those holes I am not a huge fan of.
Well, hopefully at some point we'll be able to actually pull off the Grim Invitational, because I would be curious to see how the people do. And what is, I haven't been out walking lately, so I haven't seen if anyone's out on the Frolf course in our neighborhood, but it looks like a fun little challenge.
It's a great challenge. You should do it, John, when you can.
I would love to.
Well, you can use your
I would
finance.
love the ability to be able to do that.
I also found out I'm ambidextrous at disc golf last night.
That's exciting.
I have more
for
power
you.
in my left, but I have more control in my right.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Matt says, is chain tickling a euphemism?
Yeah, for disc golf.
I wish it was.
Tickling
But
some
it
chains.
is not.
Is it a euphemism for the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard?
Voice to text.
Nice.
I think banner 19 is going to mothballs.
Yeah, might as well burn that banner now, John, because they won't ever be
they'll
raising
burn it.
it.
Eventually, they'll raise a banner 19. It just won't be for a while. This will go in the same place as all those Rick Pitino Louisville National Championship banners.
Nice.
It's just tucked away in a drawer somewhere.
Awesome.
Glad I don't play the NBA lottery.
Nice.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB
Oh,
Radio.
baseball.
Michael Bruntz of Husker247.com.
Baseball.
It is, yeah. This one, I don't know what happened.
Who's
here.
the most
Who's
powerful?
the most powerful in the Big Ten? Not.
Is that a?
I don't know what happened.
Is that a
there.
Borat reference? Who's the
Ag-
most powerful in the Big Ten? Not.
Again, this is the
This
voice
is
to text
not
rundown.
the most
Sometimes the
powerful in
voice
the
to
Big
text.
Ten.
Sometimes the voice to text does its own thing. The super hot take market.
John, I got some super hot takes today.
Oops,
Oh,
wasn't
you
done.
keep doing the thing.
I
You always touch
clicked-
the keyboard.
Click the damn mouse
Stop
again.
clicking it, John.
A slice of college baseball, parentheses, odds. Again,
is
don't know
that?
what happened here. This is the voice to text Grum down.
I'm not
What
giving any
Skynet
odds.
wants to do, Skynet will do. I have no control over Skynet.
For the record, I'm not giving any odds in a slice of
Is
college
this a
baseball.
gambling segment
It's
now,
not a
Nick?
gambling
It
segment.
should be.
Interesting.
No.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com. And golfing with the Kardashians.
Frolfing?
No, golfing.
Golfing.
Oh.
Golfing.
I sent something to John today, and I'm going to try not to give away, but he said those two words that he said on the radio last week that got him in trouble. But then he said wordsmith.
Mhm.
This is about a wordsmith for our times, Nick.
Kim Kardashian?
Fine man.
You'll have to wait and find out, Nick. You'll have to wait and find out.
402-951-1620 is the new Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. And don't forget, we're giving away a $100 gift card each week to Prairie Flower from Prairie Flower Casino. You can use it on whatever you'd like. But
awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com and register to win. The JTech Construction Zone Twitter page is at USC1620. And if you want to email the Grum, it's John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Last night, this did not go well.
Jaylen Brown back in, lost the ball. Anunoby all by himself throws it down. And Tatum is hurt. Tatum is down. He wants a timeout. Tatum in so much pain. And the Celtics call timeout, grabbing that right ankle. And that's the final timeout for the Boston Celtics. But more importantly, Tatum really shaken up. That last sequence, turning the ankle. And you see the concern. Al Horford in the Celtics faces.
He called a timeout there himself. He was calling the timeout.
42 points for Tatum tonight, but right now in a great deal of pain.
And we still haven't heard of anything official yet, but by all accounts, it would appear that the Achilles is gone.
Yeah, it reminded me, John, of the Drake Greenlaw injury that happened in the Super Bowl, right, when he was running onto the field. Because and Breen thought it, I did too at first, right? It's like, oh, he's holding his ankle, and then you see the replay, and it's like there's no twisting, there is no nothing of that degree, and like the way in which he was just kind of spinning. And I mean, maybe John, I'm reading too much into it, but the trainer comes over and like he immediately is like trying to get behind him so he can talk directly into his ear, I think, to tell him it's my Achilles, because he knows, they always that is not an ankle. You know that is something else. Yeah, absolutely. And like we talked about in the crossover, he's good. If
he's
that's
out
what
for
it is,
next year. I mean,
he'll be out for next year. We will not see him for 15
it's a year long. It's a year long recovery.
Yeah,
after surgery when you do that. And, of course, 1 year from now, it'll be next year's playoffs.
Correct.
And
so he's not going to come back for that.
No.
So they'll hold him out until you get to the following season.
Everyone heals a little bit differently.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
But the Knicks take game 4, and now it would appear that they are on their way to the Eastern Finals for the first time. I didn't realize it's been 25 years since 2000.
And do you know who they played in the 2000 Eastern Conference Finals?
Was it Boston?
It was the Indiana Pacers. Because the Pacers, that's the lone and I think the one and only time that they went to the NBA Finals was in 2000.
Oh, yeah.
So we are.
So it could happen. I mean, we're 3-1 in both.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that much closer. We could have a rematch of the 2000 Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah. And it was another double-digit comeback. The thing was that injury. What was it? What was the time left? It was like
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
And the
so
Knicks,
I guess it's possible that Boston could have come back, but they had already blown the double-digit lead.
Correct.
At that point.
That seemed in that moment, like before they said Tatum is down, I thought that turnover and dunk it's a wrap. I thought that they were going to be able to hold on. And now it's like, okay, well, if they're not able to hold on to this series, that would be quite the collapse for the Knicks. And I mean, you look at the other side, and we'll see game 5 tonight between the Pacers and the Cavs. They are also up 3-1. And so you have suddenly the two teams that everybody thought was going to meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. Both of them aren't even going to make it.
Yeah.
Both of them are going to miss out on the Eastern Conference Finals after tremendous regular seasons. And then you have these two teams that, we talked about it, John, with one of our new NBA friends last week, where I think coming into the series, the Celtics were minus 1,000, and I think the Cavs were minus 600, 700, 800. So, I mean, you're talking about some heavy favorites. And not only does it look like they're both going to lose, but it might be a gentleman's sweep in each of the series and end in 5 games.
Yeah. As you mentioned, the Pacers and the Cavs will play Game 5 tonight. And what is it? Is it not tomorrow? Is it Thursday?
For what, Game 5 of the
No,
it'll be back. Yeah, they'll play that game tomorrow too.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. Right now they've caught up, and so it's every other day.
They're all caught
for
up
all the series. Yeah.
So tough break for Tatum and the Celtics.
Yeah.
But and this could certainly change them for a long time. I mean, like we said, he's going to be out for the entire next season. I mean, this was a team that looked like it could put something together, and now it's going to be a while before they have every piece back, and who knows what the offseason is going to bring, what next season's going to bring.
Correct.
But this is, I mean, it was salt meat wound last night.
Yeah.
For the reigning champs.
And again, like you said a few minutes ago, they had a double-digit lead. Another
every
double-digit
time.
lead. Yeah.
Every game they've lost, they've had at least a 14-point lead.
In the second half, I would love to know.
Second half.
John, I would love to know, in the history of the NBA, has there ever been a series where a team had a double-digit lead in the second half of every game but trailed 3-1? Like that, I cannot imagine.
Someone's got to be able to look that up.
Yeah, that's ever been the case.
Hello, Elias.
Yeah, I cannot imagine that's ever been
Talk
the case.
to me, Elias.
Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts.
So that's last night. And, of course, that should be the bigger story, but the bigger story is one we'll talk about later. And it happened before the game.
Yes.
And it had to do with nothing to do with actually playing basketball. But, oh, my God, the conspiracy theorists were having a field day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have that, a whole lot more. We got some folks putting out their Big Ten power rankings.
God, what a time of year. Isn't
Already.
this just the best?
Oh, it's just wonderful.
It's nice
amazing.
outside and we have lists.
Oh, great.
And brownies from Kelsey.
They're
So
great
many
brownies.
lists.
Thank
And
you for the
baseball
brownies.
is unfolding.
Baseball.
Baseball
go.
is unfolding.
All those things, Nick.
I do
Baseball
like
is
baseball.
unfolding.
You know who else likes baseball?
Who?
Mike Ferrin
Nice.
coming up next. So, again, 402-951-1620. Join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox and at USC 1620. If you want to hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Great to have you with us on this Tuesday, and we will be back with Mike Ferrin on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. Water, wind, and hail can wreak havoc on the exterior of your home. If your home is damaged, let J. Stennett Contracting come out for a no-obligation inspection. If repairs are needed, they will help you through every step of the process. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs. Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love.
I don't want to make any presumptions, but I did see the schedule for the talent for the radio for the Men's College World Series, and I did see the name of Mike Ferrin on there.
Nice!
I am. Will you be there, John? Do you have a driver yet?
You may literally be carrying the broadcast this year, like carrying me, like carrying me up the stairs, down the stairs.
How would that be any different than the last 2 years?
Got him!
Well, you're not lying. You're not lying. But it'll be good to have you back.
I can't wait. I have my flight booked. I'm waiting to book my accommodation since it's so expensive anyway. We'll try and figure it out from there. But yeah, we're set to go. It's a busy time of the year, man. Like I'm heading to Tallahassee tomorrow for UNC Florida State, the first 2 games of that series, and then off to ACC tournament and regional supers. So yeah,
you're doing the ACC this year, then?
Yeah, ACC. So I'm doing Through the quarterfinals, I'll do the late games, and then they bring in a real broadcaster. Mike Monaco comes in and does the semis.
Wow, I can't believe they make you leave like that.
Well, I mean, I'll do anything for Mike Monaco, including giving up my seat. So,
Mike, is it going to be just 2 conferences in the College World Series again this year? Or you think we might get a third?
So here's where my conflict is on it, Josh, in that, like, there is no super team this year. There's not a team that you go, oh
Tennessee.
Man, that team's so great.
Well, Tennessee still exists, Josh.
Tennessee still exists. Yeah. They're and it looked like they might be that team, and then they've lost 5 of their last 6 series. And so, like, it's kind of this weird year where I've likened it to that old analogy about crabs climbing out of a bucket, and as soon as one crab gets to the top, they get pulled back down by the other ones. And that's kind of what's happened in both the SEC and the ACC, which would make you think that they're more ripe to be picked off. At the same time, we know this is baseball and that weird stuff happens all the time. And while those teams may not be as dominant as they were the last 2 years, or those leagues may not be, that doesn't mean that they won't end up with the majority of teams in Omaha. So, I think there's a couple Big 12 teams that could make a run. I think Oregon State is really good as an independent. I think Oregon, they've been to the Super Regionals twice in a row, right? Lost a home Super in Game 3 to Oral Roberts 2 years ago, and they were in Supers again last year. And then, I think they're a good team. I think UCLA is really good. I think UC Irvine is fantastic. They might be the best team I've seen all year. So I think there are opportunities there, but I'm not foolish enough to say without a doubt there will be leagues other than the ACC and the SEC represented.
Though it's funny because I was watching a little bit over lunch. Aaron Fitt and Kendall Rogers, Mark were doing their live stream of their bracket on D1 baseball, and the discussion. There was still 6 SEC teams in the top 8. So I mean, it's still very top heavy. But you're right. I mean, it does feel like, and we've had this. I mean, last year was very chalky from a tournament perspective, but we've had other tournaments where the top 8 national seeds, they took it on the chin early, and this could be one of those years, depending on who gets what matchup and what that first day starter ends up doing.
It was chalky in that it was power conferences that got to Omaha, but it wasn't chalky. I think it was what was it? I mean, 4 seeds had a moment last year, right? Including Evansville pushing Tennessee to Game 3 in Supers.
Sure.
And I want to say it was something like 6 of the 16 regional hosts went out. I was in Tallahassee for Supers, and UConn was there, who was not a host. But they've been in Supers 2 of the last 3 years coming into this season. So, like, there are some other teams that are there, and yeah, you're right. Like, in the end, it looked that way. It kind of looked that way the year before, with the exception of Oral Roberts. They were the fly in the ointment, right, compared to everybody else that was in it. And even the year before, if you think about it, there were 4 SEC teams. There were 2 Big 12 who are now in the SEC, right, because Texas and Oklahoma were both there. So, like, I'm sure that there will be ACC and SEC teams in Omaha. And I've been on the ACC all year. Don't ask me to pick which ones it's going to be, because that league has been very difficult to predict, and every time I think I've got it figured out, something throws me for a loop. So right now I'm feeling really good about UNC, and if they lose the series at Florida State, then I won't feel good about them. So I think it's all going to depend on the draw in the end.
Do you think
we have had, by the way, we've had at least one regional 3 or 4 seed in every College World Series since 2017. At least one 3 or 4 seed from a regional make it to Omaha. So that
last year was Florida, right?
Yes, last year was Florida. Now, 4 out of the last 5 years, we've had 5 of the top 8 make it to Omaha, which is really the high water mark.
And we finally had a 1 seed win it all last year.
And we finally had a 1 seed win it all for the first time, since '99. So in some ways it was chalky, but you're right. Someone's going to come out of that number 3 seed somewhere out of a regional and probably end up in Omaha, because that's been the trend really for the last 15, 16 years. There's at least been one, with the exception of 2 years. that there wasn't at least a 3 or a 4 make it to Omaha.
Yeah, and I would say too with that, like if you're a betting person on that, like the SEC number 3 seed, whoever that is, if there's 1 or 2, is probably who you would be most likely to select. It's the deepest and strongest conference. Now, there are going to be some other ones that are really, really good. There are some 2 seeds that are going to be really tough. Like UTSA is going to be a really difficult 2 seed. They haven't put into hosts, is what I learned in listening to the Nerdcast today, which is disappointing because that team's having a great year. They're going to win the American, which has always been ECU's conference, right? Since ECU was in it, they're going to win it by like 5 games during the regular season, and they have an RPI of like 21. So I'm kind of bummed that they're not going to host, but they're going to be interesting. And I think there's going to be, we're 2 weeks away, just under 2 weeks away from the selection show. Like, keep this in mind. It's going to be, the committee's job is more difficult because of the mega conferences, not because of the number of teams that make it from each conference, because the unbalanced schedules within the leagues are a big deal. So like Mike in the chat is saying, call my shot right now in West Virginia. And I love that West Virginia team. I had them in regionals last year. It's largely the same without, JJ Weatherholt and Derek Clark. But like, obviously Weatherholt was, a top 10 pick. So they lose a great player there, but they have had like the 13th or 14th weakest schedule in the Big 12 this year. And now the 2 toughest teams that they've played are Arizona and K-State, and they've lost both those series. They play KU this weekend. So like there's a lot of challenges in trying to put this together. Iowa is a great example of this in the Big 10, right? Their RPI is in the 60s. They still lead the conference by a game over UCLA and 2 over Oregon. They've had in a 17-team lead. Remember, the Big 10 has 17 teams in it. They have like the 14th toughest schedule. They haven't played anybody until the last couple of weeks, and they lost a series at Washington. They're going to get Oregon at home this weekend. They didn't play UCLA. They didn't play USC, who are the other top teams in the league. So, how the committee deals with that is going to be really, really interesting because, those are a couple of examples on the number 3 and number 4 conferences, but it's all over the ACC and the SEC too. Clemson has played a really weak schedule until the last couple of weeks, and as soon as they started playing tougher teams, things got a lot tougher on Clemson, which was a team that, was ranked in the top 5 for a good chunk of the year.
Mike, one more college baseball question from me. Do you think that A&M is going to make it to the dance?
Right now, no. I mean, they got swept at home by Mizzou, a Mizzou team that was 0-24 in the SEC coming into this weekend.
Yikes.
It was basically, from what I can gather, a 68,000 to 1 shot for Mizzou to sweep that series on the road.
So in other words, better odds than the Mavericks had last night. Gotcha.
I guess. Is that what it is? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but they couldn't freeze the card or whatever it is that they do in the lottery. There's a deep cut for you. Pat Ewing, come on.
I love the 80s.
40 years ago, baby.
It's like, it's my favorite sports conspiracy theory of all time.
It's so good, man.
Not just that the lottery is still rigged, but that the first one was rigged for the Knicks is the absolute.
The frozen envelope.
It's funny
about how big those envelopes were. Those were huge envelopes, and they just
bigger
put
than
them
David
all in a
Stern.
little hopper.
Yeah. The funny thing is that the NBA did, like in the 50s, rig the NBA for the Knicks to try and get them better. So maybe it's not like there are actual things that they did to try and help boost the Knicks draft status and stuff like that to be able to help to get players, but whatever it is. So, yeah, I mean, the series loss or getting swept at home by Mizzou, I don't want to say killed their chances. Like if they go to, I think they're Georgia this weekend, right? If they sweep that series and then win a game or 2 in Hoover, then I think they're in. But there is no margin for error. I mean, they probably can't lose before the quarterfinals, and I don't even think just a road series win at Georgia will do it. Their losses are too bad.
Bad night for injuries last night. We were just talking about Jason Tatum in the NBA, but Oswaldo Cabrera taken off the field. They had to bring the ambulance onto the field at the end of the Yankees game against the Mariners last night. And I saw a couple of the post-game interviews. This really affects the Yankees emotionally. I mean, there were some guys really upset about this. What does it mean lineup-wise for New York?
I mean, he's been playing pretty well. He's kind of helped to stabilize third base, and they announced it's a fractured ankle. They didn't announce that this afternoon. So, I don't know if it was dislocated or not. I'm sure Aaron Boone will meet with the media in a couple hours and give a longer update on it. But it impacts them. They've been short at third. They activated DJ LeMahieu today from the injured list. He's still there. Remember DJ LeMahieu? Oh, right. Yes, we may remember you from past Yankees teams such as 2019 and 2020. But I would think that he's going to get some of the time. Third base was probably something they were going to need to address during the season anyway. It's probably still a spot that they need to address. But it's a bummer because listen, this would be a terrible injury for any player, regardless of whether or not he was well liked. I think it hurts the Yankees more because he's maybe the most popular teammate they have.
Mike, is it possible the AL Central could actually be good?
Well, their records certainly are. Yeah, I think the first four teams have certainly played well enough to make you think that they are. I did Sunday Night Baseball this week, and so I was in Cleveland, and we were talking a little bit to Stephen Vogt about it, and he was like, listen, this division is really good. He's like, I think we get overlooked. Now, I don't think the Tigers are quite as good as they are because I don't think this offense is sustainable. I have had a really tough time for going on 4 years trying to figure out exactly how the Guardians are doing it. Maybe that says more about me than it does the Guardians. We know the Royals just don't have a very good offense, but they can really pitch and they can really defend. Even when Bobby Witt Jr. is not playing, they have good defenders. So that's good. And I liked the Twins before the season started, and they're starting to round into shape. They went over 500 on Sunday when they swept the Giants. So I think there's some good teams there. I think that I don't know that they are good so much as the American League is pretty open. And so I think maybe the AL has come back down to the rest of the teams in the American League Central a little bit, while those teams have definitely gotten better than where they were a couple of years ago. So I think but you're really looking at it where there's 12 teams that could make the postseason in the American League as it stands right now. Everybody in the Central but the White Sox, everybody but probably the Angels in the West. And maybe there's one other that I'm missing. It might be more like 13 teams that have a chance to get there. I still believe in Baltimore, even though they've been off to a slow start. So I think it's going to make for a really exciting race. I think it's a Pete Rozelle. It's parody. So, boy, I've played all the hits today, haven't I, John?
Yes,
1980s NBA lotteries and Pete Rozelle. Most of your audience wasn't alive when those people died.
We got to figure out how to work hockey into this. Now. Here in the Midwest, the temperatures have been unseasonably warm, and there's a reason for that, and that's because the St. Louis Cardinals are hotter than the house of the fallen angel who spawned them. Nice. How much of this 9-game win streak looks real and sustainable?
First of all, we all know that hell froze over on a Wednesday in November in 2016, so let's not get...
And it was a beautiful day, as this trophy back here will just tell us. Anyway, go ahead.
You were such an important part of that team.
I was. It was a big part
listen,
of it.
I'm
Very
not
important part.
I think it's an impressive run that they've been on. I don't know how much I'm buying it. Their starters are giving them innings. They seem to have cleaned up the bullpen a little bit. Ryan Helsley is really good anyway, but Kyle Leahy's done a great job for them. And they seem to have found some roles with Gordon Graceffo, who was, a decent pitching prospect at one point, who's kind of taken over in some key bullpen spots. Brendan Donovan's been really good in their lineup. And I like Mason Wynn a lot, their shortstop. And Lars Nootbaar has been healthy, which is just something he hasn't been over the last couple of years. I'm not sure that I'm fully buying them yet. I think that they're going to do what most young teams do, is that there's going to be stretches where you get really excited about their future. And then there are stretches you're like, have these guys ever played the game of baseball before? Because that's what happens, right? It's adjusting to full-time jobs in the major leagues is not easy. And most of these guys have at least, some major league experience. Wynn and Walker each have a full season's worth. The guy who I think is really exciting because he changed his approach in the minor leagues late last year is Victor Scott II, their center fielder. Man, I don't know how much you've watched him play, but he is.
I haven't seen him yet. I haven't really seen any Cardinal games.
It's a lot. It's similar skills to Pete Crow Armstrong with less chase, but probably a little less power. So it's a premium defender and a top of the scale runner who gets on base at a really good clip. and can run it out of the ballpark now, when before he was just kind of a slap hitter. But he's a really, man, he's worth watching. He's worth the price of admission. He is a really, really fun player. West Virginia kid too, played at West Virginia. But so they've got some guys that are intriguing, but I think it's still going to be a process for them throughout the year. But hey, ride the 9-game winning streak, and they have picked the right region to be from to be competitive in the National League, being in the Central.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. By the way, Gordon Graceffo of
Oregon.
Mike?
That I don't
Clemson.
remember.
Villanova.
I don't remember.
Oh, Pope. Oh, how about the Chicago Pope, Mike?
The Chicago Pope.
Yeah. Pope Leo. Hello.
Hello.
So one of my favorite things last week as a Chicagoan.
Oh, yeah. I bet there was a lot of them. Give us your top 5.
Yeah, and as somebody who also attended a Catholic college in the Midwest, one, I was disappointed that he couldn't get into Loras and could only get into Villanova. But like the memes going back and forth were so much fun. Like with all my friends, all my family. I'm like, full disclosure, I went to a Catholic college. I'm not Catholic, but I thought it was awesome. There's a non-zero chance that he chose Leo the 14th for Paul Konerko. Like he's a big White Sox fan, so I think that's really cool. You know, the Pope Francis was a big Argentinian soccer fan, so it's great that we have popes that are sports fans too. And my hope is that, like we get to see Pope Leo at a White Sox game would be pretty awesome. I mean, the footage of him from the 2005 World Series is pretty great. And like, it's great. And just like, I guarantee that there's nobody around St. Rita's, which was the high school that he was a substitute teacher at, who calls him Pope Leo. Everybody's still going to call him Father Bob.
Hey, speaking of the White Sox, Mike, apparently, and shout out to Aaron.
Why are we talking about
No. You'll see it. Aaron Papillion pointed this out. Okay. So Rob Manfred, this just coming down from Don Van Natta Jr. from ESPN. I'll just read the first sentence. In a historic sweeping decision, baseball commissioner Rob Manfred on Tuesday removed Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other deceased players from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list.
Whoa.
So in theory, now the obvious question is, will they vote them into the Hall of Fame? But in theory now, all of these players are suddenly eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so here's So I just got this. I saw Aaron in the chat mention this.
Yeah.
So the question is how the Hall of Fame handles this, right? Because the Hall of Fame changed their rule when Rose was placed on the permanently ineligible list because he was eligible for the Hall of Fame by the writers at that point. And so the question was, like, really, this was always a Hall issue and not an MLB issue, in that the Hall could have at any point done away with that rule and made these players eligible. Joe Jackson was eligible for the Hall of Fame. He just wasn't on a ballot. Now the question is, what's going to happen with the Hall? I would think because of how far they are from their last game, and specifically in the case of Rose, because he is more recent, that this is something that is going to have to be handled by the eras committees, which is what the veterans committees are now called. But I don't know for sure. And like you guys, I'm just getting this news right now. Yeah. So I'm sure that we're going to have to try and figure it out here over the next couple of hours as to what's happening.
So this wouldn't be a thing where Rose, now that eligible, would go through the normal process where everyone, got the 10, where is it 15 years or is it down to 10?
So 10 years on the ballot. So 5 years from your retirement, and then you're on the ballot now for 10 years.
Right. But because he was never allowed that, you don't think it will go through that process. It will have to go through the eras committee.
I think so. That was my understanding of Rose's potential eligibility, but I may be speaking out of my tuchus on this one, so which is definitely not.
What would you think? Okay, which is the better odds of him making
I was just going to ask the same
going
question.
Going through the eras committee, or if it went through the traditional process with today's voters?
Oh boy, that's a really good question, because a lot of the guys on the era, so the eras committees are usually 16-person committees, and they're owners, they're writers, they're Hall of Fame players.
How often does it
historians change? So they go by era, so it rotates every few.
Okay.
And you would have to be like, there are different time frames, right? So there's like an early one, which is like players that are pre-integration, and then there's another one that covers like the early parts of divisional play into like 1980, and then there's another one that covers from like 1980 more to the present. And so Rose would fit into whatever era there is at the early stage of divisional play and before that. And I can't, to be honest, I can't remember what those rotate to. There would be some interesting, like there would be some stuff on the Hall website that would tell you when that is or when those come up, I think. But they have tried to rotate it in the last several years so that to vote more frequently on people who are still alive or have a chance to still be alive, right? So obviously that wasn't the case with Dick Allen when he got in this year, which is still really sad that happened, after he passed. But it does feel like that was part of that. So, and like, with this, that's like Joe Jackson, Buck Weaver, and Buck Weaver's family for years and years has tried to say that he did nothing wrong with the Black Sox scandal, and Buck Weaver is off the permanently ineligible list. I mean, I would think that if all of these guys are fair game now, like Jackson, Weaver, and Eddie Seacott, who was the ace on the White Sox team in 1919, and who was, I want to say, twice a 30-game winner, I think those are all names that would have to be considered at some point when they started looking at pre-integration players again.
So, because you have the baseball, contemporary baseball era committee, which is 1980 to present, but then there's the classic era prior to 1980. How does is it based on when you retire
or when your career
or when most of your playing career was? Because
when most of your playing career was. Yeah, when most of your playing career was.
So that would mean he would go to the classic baseball era because he played more years prior to 1980 than after 1980.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I mean, I'm guessing on the dates too with it. I just cannot remember.
Okay.
All of it.
Yeah,
so I mean, it's right around there. I think he would be in what is the classic committee. So whatever players are being considered who played the vast majority of their career in the 1970s. And because most of his career was in the 60s and 70s. I mean, he came up in 61, right? He played for like 25 years.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, because his last year was, as a player, was 88?
86, I think was his.
Did he retire the same year he broke the record?
As a player? Yes, I think that's right. He was player manager in 86, and then I think he was just manager in 87 and 88, right? Or 88 and 89. Maybe he played in 87.
I'll double check here. But yeah, okay. I was trying. For some reason, I thought
he had to play another year because he got to 4,200 hits, right? It was 4,256, right? It was 4,192 was the record, so he had to play in 87, I think. Or maybe it was
November 11th, 1986.
Okay, so 86 was the last year. So, yeah, and Aaron asked if next year's class is light. It doesn't matter for these guys. These are not guys that are being considered by the baseball writers. They're being committed by the committees, and I can't remember off the top of my head. Like the filing cabinet in my brain is a mess right now, so I don't know that I can file.
I understand.
Spent the last 20 minutes looking at Gavin Gallagher's numbers and getting mad at my car dealer.
And Mike, some of this stuff goes back to Field of Dreams, but Shoeless Joe, a lot of people thought that he did not try to throw the series, right? Because he had a good World Series.
Yeah, so he did. He definitely took the gamblers' money.
Yes.
That's so like 8 Men Out, which is the book that the movie is based on, that a lot of people have kind of cited as the history of the Black Sox scandal, is not the most accurate read on the Black Sox scandal. There are other books that are more recent that are better in that. And I wish I could think of the one that I read probably about 10 years ago that was really good about it. But yes, he definitely took the gamblers' money, but there was nothing in his play that made it seem like he was throwing the series.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the question. Now, Seacott was definitely part of that. Lefty Williams was definitely part of it. Who was the first baseman? Chick Gandil was definitely part of it. So like those are all guys that, had a greater part in the scheme, and Weaver and Jackson were involved in that there was money that changed hands, but they never Like there was nothing in their performance that said that they followed through on it. And that's kind of what Weaver's family has gone through. Buck Weaver was a great dead ball era third baseman. I mean, he was really a great player too, but he wasn't to the same, like Shoeless Joe Jackson was a legend.
Yeah. Wow. So very
Little
interesting
news.
Very interesting news coming down. This could mean that an entire generation of summer sports topics will be erased forever. Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? It could be gone forever.
Wow. What'll sports talk radio do if they can't fall back on that one?
Well,
we still got Michael Jordan versus LeBron James, Mike.
Mount Rushmore. I had that argument with an Uber driver in Cleveland the other night, the other morning. I swear to God,
it's timeless.
But I took LeBron's side. The other one is that we'll have the Mount Rushmore of gambling issues, right? So like we'll just have to add a new Mount Rushmore.
You can always do a Mount Rushmore.
Well, thanks to Josh now, who is a columnist, we have found our new Pete Rose. It's Scott Frost. So
you mean Scott Frost, who I saw at the restaurant?
Very same person.
Same one. Yeah.
The very same.
Hey, that's
very
great.
Yeah.
Well, there he is, Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Radio, headed for Florida State. Who'd you say? Florida State and
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Top 5 matchup. Yeah, Gabby and
great
I'll be
matchup.
There. Yeah, we'll be there.
And they're playing Thursday through Saturday, right? But
yeah, everybody plays Thursday through Saturday this week. Conference tournament start Tuesday, including the Big West finally has a conference tournament again for the first time in 30 years.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they didn't have one. That's amazing.
Well,
Good for them.
See, that's why, because as soon as Fullerton stopped being relevant, you stop paying attention to the Big West because if you're clear East Coast bias.
Well, I mean, ever since Augie would bring his best friend Kevin Costner to the games, it's just a whole other story.
Name dropper.
Many years ago. Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Radio. We'll see you, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
All right, boys. Cheers.
There he is. And he'll be joining us this year again on our CWS broadcast from the College World Series from the Patera Landscaping broadcast booth.
Oh, I thought you were going to... come on, Nick.
All right, so Shoeless Joe and Pete Rose have been taken off of the permanent ineligible list.
402-951-1620. Should they be Hall of Famers?
Does this mean that MLB no longer cares about gambling on their own sport?
Nick, now that's a topic. Tweet that out.
Oh.
Get a little engagement.
We'll find out more coming up. We also got Michael Bruntz coming up. Stay right there. We'll be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners and 1620thezone.com, where you can submit a photo right now on how you focus on your well-being and practice self-care. Many ways that people manage and treat mental health conditions, exercise, yoga therapy, medication, whatever works best for you is awesome. And you should not ever feel like mental health conditions are caused by anything like a personal weakness or a failing. Mental health conditions, treatable medical conditions. And so you need to find the thing that works best for you. Or if you have someone in your life who you know is going through some stuff, you can be an ally for them. You can listen to them and certainly do not judge them as well. I've been going to therapy now since late 2017. So closing in on about 7.5 years for me. And it has been so important. Sometimes need to talk about big, hard decisions that maybe are coming up in my life. Other times, just need somebody to talk to listen to me as maybe I go through something that's going on at work, home life, whatever it is. That has helped me. Maybe it can help you. Maybe something else can help you instead. Again, you can go to whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
All right, getting some more information. The story that broke while we were talking to Mike Ferrin, Don Van Natta of ESPN.com breaking the news that Rob Manfred has removed Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, among many, from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list. Now, before, it wasn't until 1991 when those on the permanently ineligible list were deemed ineligible for the Hall of Fame. They called it the Pete Rose rule. But since then, I mean, Rose has been fighting to get back in, and of course he passed away last year, and that is over. Reading from the story from Don Van Natta, Manfred wrote in a letter to Rose's attorney, who has been petitioning for his reinstatement, obviously, a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game. Moreover, it's hard to conceive of a penalty that has more deterrent effect than one that lasts a lifetime with no reprieve. Therefore, I have concluded that permanent ineligibility ends upon the passing of the disciplined individual, and Mr. Rose will be removed from the permanently ineligible list. Now, of course, many of the others, like Shoeless Joe Jackson, Eddie C. Cott, and others, they've been dead for many, many, many years.
Long time.
But checking out, we were talking with Mike about, what this means now for their possible induction. The earliest it would appear as if for a Pete Rose or a Shoeless Joe Jackson or both to be included in the Hall of Fame won't be until August of 2028. And here's why. Because they will both, and all of these players will be both decided by the Classic Baseball Era Committee. And these are the folks who consider players whose careers ended more than 15 years ago. That committee is not scheduled to meet until December of 2027. So if they were to meet in 2027, vote them in, obviously they would be then inducted in August of the following year, August 2028. The Rose and Jackson would need 12 of the 16 committee votes to be elected. So while he is eligible, it won't be for another 3 years, potentially 3 years from this August, before either of these two might be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So that's
interesting. That's
based on it right now. I don't know if they have a way to, change the process or do a special meeting or whatever. But that is the latest on the story from Don Van Natta. But this is rather interesting. Considering that we went forever talking about this issue, debating this issue. Many people thought, come on, he was a great player with or without the gambling. Some people believe, hey, you do the crime, you do the time.
Well, and that he lied
Pete
about
Rose did the time. There's no doubt about that.
That he lied about it for years.
And then he lied about it.
Lied about it for years and years and years.
That's always been, in my very short time following baseball, that's been like the one absolute worst thing you could possibly do in the sport.
Is gambling on it?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Because of the Black Sox, right?
Well, yeah, and because, we talk about it all the time. Sports, the reason we like them, for a variety of reasons. One of the things we like about them, though, is that we don't know what is happening, that it is all fair play, and that I turn on a game and I could be surprised, I could be outraged by whatever it is, but that there is an agreement that the athletes make with themselves and with us, that we are both trying and there will be no funny business. And so when you take that away, and that's why, like boxing, when players take, or when boxers take dives or whatever, or in the case of the Black Sox, when they are purposely trying to lose to line their pockets, it defeats the purpose of sports, and so, yes. Now with Rose, Nick, it's always been very interesting because, reportedly he only gambled as a manager, right, John? It was not as a player. He always said he bet on his team. Now, he also lied about gambling in the first place. And then when he finally admitted to it, he said he only bet on his team. I don't know. We've never been able to prove it.
But do you believe him or not? Yeah.
Exactly.
Listen, anyone can get addicted, but it's hard for me to believe one of the most competitive players of all time, the guy who literally ended Ray Fosse's career in an all-star game by barreling him over at home plate.
Exactly.
Would even think about not believing in his own team. But again, I get it. If you've got the disease and you've got the itch, and you've got who knows what Pete Rose's financial situation was at the time. Certainly it could have been a case where he could have bet against Cincinnati. Again, judging by the man, just the way he competed as a player, it's hard for me to believe that. I've always been torn on this issue. I have always been torn on this issue because of what I just said, but also, to me, the Hall of Fame is a museum.
Correct.
And the best, and to me, the only acceptable museums are the ones who take in all of the facts.
Yeah.
If you are celebrating the history of baseball, you look at the entirety of the sport. You don't gloss over the fact that you outlawed black players for decades.
Correct.
You don't gloss over those things. You don't overlook the negative. It is a museum, and it is part of the history. And Pete Rose was a major part of the history of baseball. Now, you could argue that, yes, a Hall of Fame is different from a museum, even though it's all encompassed in one location, and I will hear that. But I also, from the other side of it, will look at it as, well, it says on the damn clubhouse door, and it's been posted there forever, thou shalt not bet on baseball or you're kicked out of the sport forever. And it's always been there, and everybody's known the rules. And so there's the judicial side of me that says, you do the crime, you do the time.
Yeah.
So I've always been torn on this. And I suppose when it happens, and it will happen at some point, I'll look at it and I'll say, this is the right thing to do. It's right to have him in the Hall of Fame.
If he gets in.
And I think he will. I think he will.
What kind of message do you think this sends to the league in general, though? Because for the longest time, the Pete Rose thing was kind of a guillotine hanging above everybody. And
well,
hey,
I mean, you can still have that guillotine because Pete Rose is not going to be giving any speeches.
Yeah,
Pete Rose is not going to be able to have his day in the sun because he's dead.
Yeah, I don't think this is a reward. Like, this says, like, you can do it and you'll be fine. You'll still make the Hall of Fame. First of all, you have to be great. Second of all, you're going to get, ostracized from the league. So I don't think that this would cause people to say, sweet, now I'm going to feel comfortable gambling. I don't think it would.
Well, until you die, though, and then they're like, oh.
But again, like, he is such a unique test case in this scenario,
Yeah. Mike says, but doing the time means you have a specific jail sentence, not an indefinite suspension. It wasn't an indefinite suspension. It was a lifetime ban.
Yeah, it's like
and
going
as
to
Manfred
jail.
wrote in the letter, he said the lifetime's basically over, so the ban is over.
Yeah, it's like going, if you get a life sentence.
Yeah,
You have to
you're
go
no
to
longer
jail.
in prison
You
if
have
you're
to go
dead.
correct. Yeah, you have to do the time. The time is until you die.
All right, we'll take a break, come back because Michael Bruntz is standing by,
Bruntsy.
and we'll look at Nebraska's very confusing scenario to make the Big Ten Conference tournament. Actually, it's not that confusing. Just win all your games this weekend. You'll be fine.
There you go. They'll be fine.
You'll be fine. On 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Who the heck is coughing?
That was Bruntz. Bruntz, I put you on at the worst time. Sorry.
You got me mid-cough. I didn't have the cough button pressed down. I'm sorry.
Unbelievable. I thought it was Josh.
No, that was
like right in the middle of a jingle there. Just like, oh.
You're so choked up now that Pete Rose is eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah, Pete Rose is going to get in, and I'm just all like upper respiratory about it. Sorry about that.
I wonder who gets to make the speech for him if he gets in.
Well, that's a fine question. I'm trying to think of who of his former teammates would make the most sense. Is Johnny Bench? Is it him? Is he the
Probably.
guy?
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah, he would be.
Yeah, I don't know. You have like a book. Is his bookie still around? Can he come and
nice.
Get
Hey, maybe they could get the former Alabama head coach who was betting on baseball in Cincinnati.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I forgot about that story.
Yeah, full circle there. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Exactly.
You like Chris Sabo, like a random '80s Red, come out and introduce them. Eric Davis, maybe.
Eric Davis, yeah. Barry Larkin, we can get them all.
Mm-hmm.
Bruntz, how was traveling?
Traveling was good.
Good.
It was quick, but good. Saw Adrian Martinez in the airport there in Norway.
That is so random.
So funny.
Yeah. I don't know why he was there, but if you're ever flying through Bergen, Norway, at the generic sports bar there, check out Adrian Martinez scoring a touchdown in the first half against Colorado.
Did you feel like they got those insurance commercials where where the people act older than they are and they over explain things? Did you feel like you could just stand next to that picture and the passersby could say, now listen, in this picture here, you see that Adrian's scoring this touchdown and there's all these red people in the stands. It's because they took over the stadium, but then they choked in the second half.
Yeah, well, I like walked into the sports bar and like some people were giving me really weird looks as I was standing there admiring this picture, taking photos of it. And I should have turned around and said, "Let me tell you guys something about this one." You would have thought that everything was in hand when this touchdown was scored.
Yes, you
but lo and behold, Steven Montez and the Buffs came roaring back. So and then we were discussing: is that the high mark? The first half is that the high water mark of the Scott Frost era?
It's either that or the loss to Ohio State the year before.
Yeah,
nice.
I think you're right. I think this is the high water mark because, man, people were going crazy. They were overfilling the beer stands because, remember, they sell beer at Colorado games. And remember when we went down and the lines were just forever and people were celebrating. And then
Bruntz, John and I left at the beginning of the fourth quarter because we had to get over to our spot for the post-game show. And, we're listening because this was like really early YouTube TV. And so the streaming wasn't as good. So we're listening to the game on TuneIn or whatever, and you hear the noise from inside, but because of the fan base split, we don't know what's going to happen. And so we're listening, and that was the flea flicker that kicked off the comeback by the Buffs.
Yeah. That was that they were. People forget Nebraska was ranked that day too.
God, they were.
Yeah. Anyways, that's forever memorialized, I guess, in the Bergen, Norway airport.
Nice.
So, Nebraska right now has put themselves in the tournament. It is not official yet. They haven't locked it in, but as of today, they would be in. What is best case scenario that you can tell?
Yeah, if they sweep Purdue and get just ungodly help, the best that they can do is fifth, I believe.
Yes.
As things stand right now. They can still get swept and have a lot of things go against them and end up out of the tournament. But kind of given the matchups that are happening elsewhere in the Big Ten in the final weekend, basically if Nebraska wins one this weekend and some other things happen, you're comfortably in at this point. So, the one thing that's tough is with the new setup with the Big Ten stuff, with the Big Ten tournament, they're doing the pods and that kind of thing. Basically, if you're not a top 4 seed in the Big Ten tournament, you're going to have to go probably 2-0 to get out of your pod, because the top seed is actually the tiebreaker, I believe. So that's not in the cards for Nebraska, but an opportunity to really improve their seed if they play well this weekend against Purdue. Penn State's in front of them, but they're done with conference play. And there's some other, head-to-head tiebreakers are largely working in Nebraska's favor with teams that they're kind of in the same neighborhood with in the standings. And actually even the common opponents tiebreaker, which is the next one after head-to-head, most of that's working in Nebraska's favor too. I mean, actually, with Nebraska having played so many of the top teams in the conference this year, it ended up working out well in the scenarios beginning the last weekend here.
Yeah, so Bruntz, as you mentioned, they can finish as high as 5th. They could finish as low as not making it. What do you think is the most likely? Not don't give me a number, but maybe like a range that you think they'll find themselves in.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be an interesting series because Purdue still has the ability to play their way in, so it's not like they're going to be completely disinterested in playing baseball this weekend. I do think Nebraska can play well in this one. I think the fact that they were, at least last weekend against Michigan, kind of finally found 3 consecutive good starts on the weekend. I mean, it felt like they've been looking for that all season. But I do think Nebraska can improve their seeding from where they are right now, which is tied for 9th with holding the tiebreaker over Rutgers. So I do expect them to improve on that, I guess, if you're looking for just kind of a broad range of where they would fall. I mean, I'm not envisioning 5th because, there's a lot that would have to happen elsewhere in order to make that happen. So I don't know, what 6th to 8th, somewhere in there is probably where they end up falling.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. The experiment to change the weekend rotation, get Timmerman in, it seemed to pay off, at least for Friday. They finally won a series where they won the first 2 games instead of having to win the last 2 games. How do you think this is going to move now forward? I assume it's the same for this weekend against Purdue, and then probably set up in some kind of a similar fashion for the conference tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just based on how the weekend went, you kind of have to continue with the way you were against Michigan. I know they don't want to move things around and start throwing guys on short rest if they don't have to. So, I would be shocked if it wasn't Timmerman, Horn, and Brockett this weekend, and, kind of start setting up things for the tournament as well. I mean, you at least have to be mindful of that. So, with the series against Michigan, it was pretty clear, who's kind of in the trust tree in terms of, relievers that they trust to come in there and get outs. And, at least with, moving Timmerman into the starting rotation, it does put a little bit more pressure in the bullpen. You have Will Walsh available there, but I mean, Timmerman's really kind of been the workhorse for him since he came back in April. But I think you keep it the same. I mean, the thing about Timmerman is he's going to go in there and compete, and that's really what they want on from that first guy out. And him being able to go as long as he did on Friday against Michigan really kind of set the tone for the weekend. And like you said, I mean, they'd only won 1 conference Friday night all season, and it makes such a difference for the rest of the weekend if you're able to get that first one right out of the gate.
Bruntz, given their recent improved play, and assuming they make it to the Big Ten tournament, what are you expecting to happen? What kind of run can this team go on?
Well, I mean, it's the pod stuff. It's a different strategy than what you have if you're in a double elimination tournament. I mean, you have to win those first 2 games if you're not a top 4 seed. So do you throw your best 3 guys, regardless of kind of what the situation is in those first 2 games, to ensure that you get through and then just kind of piece it together? That's a question. The schedule, because these games are pre-scheduled with the seed, so you kind of have a better idea of when you're going to play and how guys are going to end up pitching. I mean, there's a little bit different mindset going into a setup like that than maybe what they've had in the past. But I don't know. I mean, the frustrating thing about this team this year has been that you haven't really had any of these kind of big swoons where it's, a lengthy losing streak. You haven't had a really long winning streak yet. It's just been kind of a team that's, gone back and forth between good and bad baseball. The one thing I will say is you look at the way that they've kind of won games over the last 3 weeks or so. I mean, they've played a lot of high stress games. They've had multiple walk-off wins, and they've all been, largely pretty close games. So I think that kind of benefits you a little bit as you get into this time of year where you're kind of facing these do or die games. But I am eager to kind of see what the new setup in the Big Ten's doing, like how teams actually approach things, because it is going to be a little bit of a different strategic setup for some of these teams that aren't, the top fours or, kind of already in the tournament.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com. Bruntsy, your athletics they're hanging in there.
They're still a baseball team.
They're still a baseball team, and who knows? Maybe it's just not having to play with the wafting smell of backed up sewage at home games has probably just been an improvement enough.
Yeah, no, I think anytime you don't have fecal matter in the nostrils, that always frees you up a little bit more to play good baseball. So, yeah, I don't know. And they made it. They made it out of the weekend without Aaron Judge completely, knocking the stadium down there in Sacramento. So that was a good sign.
That's true. All right, Bruntsy, have a great week.
Yep, see you guys.
Michael Bruntz joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline during the interview. For those of you watching in the stream, I posted here's the latest standings, and I added the teams that they will be playing this week. And what I did was this is all based on feel, but
nice.
If it's shaded in red, it means they're probably not going to win the series. If it's shaded in yellow, it could go either way. And if it's shaded in green, they should win the series. So Nebraska's at Purdue. That's a series that could go either way because Nebraska is on the road and pretty much every team has been pretty equal in this part of the conference. Indiana's at Michigan. We saw what Nebraska was able to do with Michigan, so that could be a toss-up series. As Bruntz mentioned, Penn State, who's right ahead of Nebraska right now in the standings, they're done, so they're out of conference this weekend. Washington's 2 games up on Nebraska coming into the weekend, but they play USC, and there's a possibility that could be a sweep for the Trojans. Same for Northwestern. They're going to UCLA. And UCLA could be fighting for a top 8 national seed, so they're going to want to go out and lay the proverbial wood on Northwestern. The 2 teams behind Nebraska, though, they're a little concerning. Illinois is at Ohio State. Ohio State sucks, and Michigan State is at Minnesota. Minnesota is the other team that's been eliminated from the race. So those 2 teams could proverbially go on a run, and as you can see, the cut line there. Right now, Illinois and Michigan State would be in, but you got this unwieldy tiebreaker. Like Bruntz mentioned, and Evan Bland did a nice write-up today.
Yes, he did.
Trying to, break down all the tiebreakers. But Nebraska has some advantages in the multi-team tiebreaker format. To me, the magic number is 2. Just win 2, and you're going to be fine. Nebraska could still lose the series and probably be fine based on what happens behind them. But I think if they win twice this weekend, you're not worried about anything.
Baseball.
So there you go.
By the way, I don't want to have Nick play the music because it sounds so fun and exciting and upbeat. But the Boston Celtics, John, have announced that Jason Tatum not only has a torn Achilles, he has already undergone surgery. Wow. Yeah.
Well, they took care of it fast.
Yeah. So he has undergone surgery. Obviously, no timetable, but as we talked about earlier, I would be surprised if he plays next season.
So there you go. There's the latest on Jason Tatum. Coming up, we still have not talked about the biggest story from the NBA last night.
Oh. We'll get to your little slice, Nick.
Slice of college baseball.
It's still to come. We have the hot take market, the super hot take market.
We got super hot take market.
Baseball today.
We talked about Pete Rose.
Not enough.
Not enough. We had Ferrin on.
Not enough.
You know what we haven't talked about yet, and we're going to correct that problem right now?
Football, John. It's been too long.
Nope. Tomahawk throwing. Do you know that Craft Axe Throwing is Omaha's premier destination for hatchet and tomahawk throwing? They've got 15 targeted lanes, ample space for your tossing enjoyment. They got cold beer, multiple TVs, so while you're chucking those hatchets or chucking those tomahawks, you can watch your favorite teams or the playoffs or whatever you like on all the action, all the TVs. And you can listen to this program for your chance to win $50 gift vouchers to Craft Axe Throwing. That is your zone deal this week. Get $50 worth of gift vouchers for only $25. So if you want to let out some of that steam and just start throwing hatchets, this is the place to do it. Craft Axe Throwing in Omaha. Be listening this week, or just log in Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com. Nick, I did want to give you some good news I'm sure you'll find very exciting today.
I like exciting good news.
This was earlier today on MLB Network.
Aaron was taken care of. My dad always said to me, the game begins and ends on the mound.
Okay.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm making one phone call, right? Who's the first phone call I'm making? I'm going big game hunting. And I think we got the guy that's, I mean, we're going to hand the ball to, hopefully, in the championship game, and we're going to hand the ball to, hopefully, in whatever game he wants. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, Paul Skeens. This is game-changing, people. Congratulations, man. How you doing? This is game. No excuses out there, United States of America.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. Obviously, I mean, when I was coming through high school, the thing that I thought I was going to be doing right now was flying jets rather than playing, you know, in Major League Baseball stadiums against the best of the best. So I've gotten the chance to wear USA across my chest a couple times, gotten to wear it in a couple different, you know, fashions. Obviously in camo and obviously in the baseball uniform. And this is one thing as a fan of the game, watching the previous World Baseball Classics, that I was like, if I ever get the chance to do this, I'm never saying no. So
Paul Skeens will pitch for Team
It
USA.
is.
Cool.
I watched him pitch at the College World Series, Josh, and look at him now.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I like it. I'm a fan. Give us our best, man. We got to beat these guys. America should never lose our national pastime.
That's why they call it America's pastime.
I mean,
national pastime.
Okay that Japan won, though, because it's also
Weeb.
Baseball's been in
Weeb.
Japan since the 1870s.
Weeb.
It's kind of both of our things.
You're saying it's both Japan's and America's pastime?
Kind of, yeah.
Japan's pastime?
They love baseball.
Welcome to baseball, Japan's pastime.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, you should start a baseball podcast called Japan's Pastime.
They can talk about the NPB.
All right.
I think that is gross and
Hiroshima
you guys
Carp.
are ridiculous.
Hiroshima,
Absolutely
Nick?
ridiculous.
Problematic.
Well, they actually made that baseball team after the bombs went off to help boost morale in the city after the rebuilding.
Why didn't they bring American football? That would really boost the morale.
Because they're not idiots.
Wow.
Well,
Feeling
last
sad,
night,
get CTE about it.
Last night, the NBA doing what the NBA does. You can't ever have a draft lottery without some controversy.
The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Rolando Blackman, all smiles, 4-time All-Star, celebrating. The Dallas Mavericks had a 1.8% chance to win the number 1 pick overall in next month's draft. They had never won the lottery. Again, they had the chance to get in the top 4 at 8.5%, less than 2% to win the number 1 pick, and it is the 4th lowest all time to win the NBA lottery. Last year, we saw the Hawks at 3%. Now you see the Mavericks cracking the top 5 at 1.8%.
So you might be wondering, why is this a big deal? Well, we all remember what happened with the Mavericks a couple of months ago when they inexplicably, in the middle of a Saturday night, traded away their best player to the Lakers to be teammates with LeBron, and the conspiracy is, well, you trade away him.
We'll give you something back for it.
We'll give you something back in return.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing in return is the number 1 overall pick. The memes, the reaction was everywhere. LeBron James laughing while crying emoji. Kevin Love, I mean, come on, man. Bomani Jones, LOL. They gave Nico the pick, among others. I don't want to be that person.
But you're going to be.
I don't want to be that person.
But you're going to be.
But listen to these odds.
Oh, I know.
mean,
they're wild, John.
It was the 4th lowest odds ever.
Uh-huh.
The 4th lowest odds ever. And, by the way, the top 3 in the draft will be Dallas, San Antonio, and Philadelphia. Do you know what the odds were for that to be the top 3 draft order?
Oh, well, given that the Mavs were 1 point whatever, it's going to be 0.00 something is my guess.
0.0114%.
Yeah, it's not
1/100th of a percent.
Yeah, it's not even that the Mavs won. I mean, that was wild, but it's also who the other teams that were in the top 4, that were able to do that.
Yeah.
And so obviously you believe this is rigged.
No, I don't know. Again,
I don't want to. You keep saying that, but
I don't want to believe that it's rigged. But how many times in the history of this lottery does it always seem so convenient?
Oh, I know.
That the team that needs somebody, going back to the very first draft with the frozen envelopes and Patrick Ewing, there was Derrick Rose to the Bulls. There was
well, they were bad though.
Yeah, but they were one of those low teams that had one of those low odds there at the end of that video. I can't remember. I got to open it up here. But I mean, there's been a lot over the years. It seems like this is like a once every 5 years phenomenon where you get a player the caliber of a Cooper Flag, and just conveniently they end up, being in the right position.
Well, and then it usually follows like something happening.
The Derrick Rose 1.7%.
Okay, I stand corrected then on that.
1.7%. The Bulls only had the 9th worst record in the NBA that year.
Yeah,
or that previous season.
Well, and then I know because I've heard a bunch of different things this over the course of today since last night happened, but. It seems like there are all these moments in time, right, where a specific thing happens to a franchise and the NBA, like LeBron leaves the Cavaliers. Oh, hey, the Cavaliers get rewarded with a number 1 overall pick. Oh, the Cavaliers have a number 1 overall pick that they used to trade for Kevin Love as they bring LeBron James back the second time.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA sold because they owned the New Orleans rights for a little bit. They sold them, and wouldn't you know it, the New Orleans now Pelicans win the lottery, and they are able to draft
Zion.
That one, yeah, but I was talking about even before that when they got Anthony Davis. But yes, you're right, John. They trade away Anthony Davis, and then they get Zion. And so this happens time after time after time, and so I know that there's always going to be frustration, and there are always going to be conspiracies, given that this event happens behind closed doors. I mean, honestly, John, how fun would it be to actually watch the ping pong balls? And
well, that's what they used to do, like with the envelopes.
Yeah.
The very first one,
Yeah.
You got these giant oversized envelopes, and David Stern's reaching his hand in there, and that's where the frozen envelope theory came from. They froze the Knicks envelope so that he would feel for it and know which one to grab. But
Correct.
You're right; it would probably be better if it were out in the open. But let's face it, this has been 40 years of this, and it's happened enough times where I don't think there's ever going to be enough convincing that they're going to be able to do. At this point, you just got to ride with it.
Well, either you believe, like Jimmy.
Either you really believe it or you really don't.
Yeah, Jimmy says nothing in the world is rigged. Nothing. Money does not control a single thing in our lives. Maybe Jimmy is doing a bit here. I can't tell.
Well, yes, that's obviously sarcasm.
But
money certainly does.
If you believe that it's rigged, there is nothing that I can say that will convince you otherwise. And if you believe that it is not rigged, there is nothing I can say that will convince you otherwise. You either, I think, with this thing, you either believe it is rigged or you do not believe that it is rigged. I don't think that there's really any middle ground on this. I guess maybe I am the middle ground. I don't know. I don't know what I believe, because I had a friend text me about it this morning.
I'm the same way. I want to believe that it's not rigged, but
there's enough
weird things that have happened over the years that make it possible. Now, some of this too is there was just such frustration with Nico Harrison, and now he's going to back his way.
Correct. It feels like they're getting
easy pick.
It feels like they're getting rewarded for making a really dumb, catastrophic move as a franchise. And there was a comment a few moments ago about the Utah Jazz. Headley, my Utah Jazz, by far the worst team in the NBA, gets the 5th pick. The lottery needs to go away. They have never won. They have never won the lottery before, even though they have been around for many, many years.
Here's my question. And this is not conspiracy related.
Sure.
But the Mavericks were in the play-in games.
Yeah.
Why are the teams in the play-in games in the lottery?
Well,
you can say, well, they're not the playoffs. BS.
That's the answer.
That's the playoffs.
That's the answer.
That's the playoffs. I think any team that's in the playoffs and the play-in games are part of the playoffs, I think those teams should not be included.
Yeah, it's a funny admission from the NBA, right? Because I don't view them as the playoffs, and obviously the NBA.
But they are.
But it's odd though that I'll agree with you on this part that you would allow them to be it is after the season, so technically it is a postseason, and yet you're still able to be in the lottery, even if I don't refer to it as the playoffs. So I think you're right on that one.
If you're in the playoffs, you should not be in the lottery.
Yeah, correct, because they didn't own the pick from somebody else.
No.
Money Chris, you either admit it's rigged or you're an effing moron.
And again, I don't have any skin in the game because I'm not a big NBA fan. But there's a part of me that wants to believe that it's true just because, the NBA certainly loves having its stars in the right places. LeBron's been the beneficiary of this on a couple of occasions. And it was LeBron himself, Nick, bring up the video again. It was LeBron himself just a short time ago who even lent credence to the theory that the draft lottery is rigged.
Listen, man, during the ball drop, during the lottery drop, Cleveland got the number 1 pick. I just don't think that was.
What a coincidence! Don't you think?
Wemby with the Spurs.
Oh my God! Let's keep LeBron home. You know what? Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. You know, Derrick Rose to the Bulls. Like, I understand the assignment, guys.
All right, John, I'm sorry. This is old news. Nick, we need a sports flash.
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Sorry, John. Kickoff times are being announced.
Ah.
No, don't turn off your mic when you're talking, Nick. That was weird. But John, this matters to us. Because, yes, we know about the Dublin, Ireland game. We know about Syracuse, Tennessee. We know about Alabama and Florida State. But we also know that Nebraska's opener in Kansas City versus the Cincinnati Bearcats. Are you ready for this time? Because it will affect our lives. And especially going to affect the morning show because of what we're doing after the game down in Kansas City. Nebraska, Cincinnati, 8 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. That's late, Nick. That means overreaction is going to...
What are they putting it on at 8 o'clock for?
Because there is going to be a 4:30 game on Thursday afternoon between Boise State and USF.
What?
Yeah. So we will be up until, 2 in the morning doing overreaction. It's going to be a late night, friends. Going to be a late night, friends.
Why are they putting a game at 4:30 on a Thursday? I would get if they did a 6 and a 9:30 and they had a game on the West Coast, but a 4:30 game?
Yeah, by the time the game starts, I'm going to be in my hotel room in Chicago.
There you go. See, I told you this mattered.
Lord.
I told you this mattered.
Wow.
These people.
Dave, going to be some drunk Husker fans at that game. Drunk Husker fans. Can you see it now, Nick? It's almost midnight and Nebraska just blew the game, and now we have to do Big Red overreaction, and everyone's sleepy.
I hope everybody gets a hotel room there.
No, we're getting an Airbnb.
No, I mean the fans.
Oh.
The fans who show up. I hope that they just get a hotel room in Kansas City for the night.
Now.
Some other games for anybody who cares, which is everybody.
Nobody cares.
It's Saturday night. The primetime game first week is LSU at Clemson on ABC. There's a Sunday afternoon game. Oh, interesting. Between Virginia Tech and South Kakalaka. Notre Dame, Miami, Sunday night on ABC. And the Monday night game, which we knew about, was North Carolina, maybe with Bill Belichick, hosting TCU on ESPN.
So instead of having an in-depth conversation about the potential of the NBA being rigged, you just want to talk about fall football kickoff times that happen months from now.
I mean, I can read you a couple more comments about the NBA being rigged if you'd like.
I like conspiracy theories.
Do you want to do that, John, or do you want to talk about kickoff times more? 8 p.m.
Again,
8 p.m.
Yikes.
Wow. It doesn't take any brains to run a sports network, I can tell you that much.
I didn't think John would hate football more, but yet there is another reason for him to hate it. John, college football is doing a handshake meme with basketball. Late kickoff times that affect you.
This sucks for you guys.
It doesn't. We're going to be so jacked up on excitement, Nick. It'll
Unless
be fine.
they lose.
Well, that'll be a horrible time.
You'll be jacked up on depression.
Oh, God. And then I'll have to wake up early to drive back to Omaha to do the radio show on Friday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Sam writes, rigging it would be such a risk for everyone involved. It being rigged is more satisfying than life just being dumb, and sometimes great things happen to people that don't deserve it. To which Jacob Padilla writes, what's the financial upside of manufacturing stars landing in big markets compared to what proof of the league rigging things would do to the sport and its long-term profitability as a whole? I can't tell if he's saying it is rigged or it's not rigged with that response.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's obvious benefits. I mean, there was an obvious benefit to Patrick Ewing landing with the Knicks.
That's definitely true.
I mean, so, yeah, there's always, again, the NBA has always promoted its stars, and it likes to have its stars, in certain places. Again, I'm not saying that it is rigged. I want to believe that it's not rigged, but there's been a hell of a damn lot of coincidences. I'll just say it that way. There's been a hell of a damn lot of coincidences, and who knows? Maybe this is a sign that you shouldn't do the draft lottery in the first place. But
Money
They
Chris.
do, and that's you're going to get this. And again, it's happened enough times over history that now you're almost looking for it, right? You almost look for it. If we didn't have the copious amounts of other examples where people thought it was rigged and then this happened, there'd be a lot of anger today. Be like, oh man, I backed into it. But because there have been enough instances in the past where people thought it was rigged, last night fell into the same category. Do I think it was rigged? No.
Maybe. Says John. Maybe. By the way, Joe in Vegas reminding us that he lives in Vegas. The kickoff time in Vegas is actually 6:00.
Oh.
Very interesting. That's how time zones work.
That's time.
Yeah, it will be 6:00 for him. Nick, we need to take the Big Red Overreaction graphic and add a little coffee mug to it.
Yeah.
To remind all of us to get our caffeine that night.
Fair.
Wow.
Or we just do a short show.
Wow. John, maybe you just shouldn't come to this trip. Maybe you should be watch some stupid baseball.
You want to come to Chicago with me, John?
Yeah, go to the concert with Nick, John.
I don't want
and
to go to the
watch
concert with you.
baseball. Gonna go to a White Sox Yankees game.
Wow, you're an idiot.
No, I'm not going to go watch a White Sox game.
Okay.
Well, the Cubs aren't in town. Otherwise, I was going to go to a Cubs game.
That's a good idea. Chris says you're going to say you better pray and you wins that game or Big Red Overreaction may go until daylight. I mean,
That's
it
true.
could.
Maybe we just hand it right off to Gary and Matt. Oh.
Who will already be there. So why not? 8 o'clock. Jeez.
Yikes.
It's a normal time. It's a normal
No,
time.
it is not a normal time.
Sunday Night Football plays at 8:20. Like, what's the difference? In the East Coast.
Well, you don't have a.
We're not on the East Coast, you ding dong.
You also don't
Same
have a
thing.
post-game.
No, it is
talk
not the
show
same
after.
thing.
How is it not the same thing, John? Tell me the
It
difference
is not-
between a game kicking off.
Where are we?
We're in the Central Time Zone.
There you go.
What's
End
the-
of story.
What,
Thank you.
What does that have to do with anything?
End of story. Thank you.
Just
It's
because
not
you
the
don't
same
like
thing.
it doesn't mean like it's stupid.
Well, it is when you're playing a game at 4:30 on a Thursday.
They're trying to
That's
own the
part.
day. That's awesome.
They're trying to own the day.
If we weren't
People are at
traveling,
work.
I would love
People
a
are
4.
at work.
I'd be watching it. I'd be loving a 4:30 football game. It's tight.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I mean, for the people that are actually going, they probably had the next day off anyway, so it probably doesn't affect them
Correct.
that much. But for those who didn't, good luck with that. Good luck with all that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Still to come. We've got a super hot take market.
Oh.
And
John,
speaking of-
8 o'clock is bad.
Well, it is. It's not good. If it were Friday, that'd be better. But listen, I have given up on the fact that people
Yes.
do smart things around this sport.
Okay, this is of all the things, this is not the thing to die on a hill about.
There's
Kickoff
nothing. I'm not
times.
dying on a hill. It's just I've thrown it on the same pile of all the other stupid things this sport does. I
Okay.
mean, it's a growing pile. It's just a growing pile.
Okay.
But speaking of kickoff times, we're going to go to the super hot take market.
Uh-oh.
And have more. So stay right there. 1620 The Zone. We're going to the super hot take market. Which aisle are we shopping in today, Josh?
I can kick things off, and this is sadly, now we know for sure.
We're in a sad market. We're in the
Well,
sad section of the
for
market. Is this where the
Joey-
wilted lettuce is?
For Joey and you,
This is
John,
for
we're in
the
a-
depressed or the divorced dad
Look,
shop.
I can't.
Nah.
I can't put a smile on my face because then I'd get called bad words. So I'll just say it in a somber voice. The window for the Boston Celtics closed last night, at least for this iteration of the team. You know, there was a report that went out last week about the future of the Celtics. I don't know how much you know, John, about the way that, like, there's this thing called the second apron. Do you know about the second apron in the NBA? Have you ever seen this? Have you ever heard about this?
The second apron is hit the kitchen.
It's like luxury tax. It's all very confusing. Either way, though, they were not going to be able to keep this roster together anymore, regardless of what happened this year. This was the year. But at the very least, even if you didn't win it this year, maybe you make the finals and you lose. Hey, you got Tatum to build the team around. But now he's going to be out for another season. He'll be back in a couple of years. Who knows what he's going to be like when he comes back from the Achilles injury? He was already, he was entering that prime. So it's like all of these things coalesce to this one moment in time last night. I think, Celtics fans were probably hoping, over under two and a half championships. I would say certainly the under would be my play. They're done. Whatever version is next, it's not going to be anything similar to the version that we saw on the court at the beginning of Game 4 last night.
Well, that's all right. We'll just rig the next year's draft lottery, and somehow the Celtics will end up with the number one pick. So yesterday, as one of the many television schedule leaks in the NFL, came the news that the third Saturday in December, the Eagles and the Commanders and the Bears and Packers are going to play a doubleheader on Fox.
Hey, I said this yesterday and you yelled at me.
Well, this is also the same day as the presumed start of the college football playoff, which means that once again, for the second straight year, the NFL and the college football playoff will be butting heads on a Saturday afternoon. Last year, you had Texans and Chiefs, which did nearly 3 times the viewers as SMU Penn State. And then Steelers-Ravens doubled the audience of Clemson and Texas. Now you're moving Eagles-Commanders, an NFC Championship rematch, and the oldest rivalry in the NFL on the same day. The NFL is being a bully, and I am all here for it.
You're so weird.
Anything to just kick a little sand in the faces of the people who run college football. Because last year the NFL said, you really should move your games 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday, and then we can all live happily together. But the college football playoff.
Why would they move 2 to Saturday, John? Then you'd be bitching about a 4:30 kickoff time for a playoff game. You'd rather have that? I know that you don't like the sport anymore, but that's stupid.
This is not what I want. This is what they would.
Well, that would also limit your audience capture. That would be a stupid idea if college football did that. And then you'd make fun of them for that, too.
Now they're going to get to go head-to-head with 2 great NFC matchups.
I can't wait to watch both of the games.
Oh, yeah. You'll have the chance to watch both. But, again, the NFL is being a bully, and I'm all here for it.
Hot take that I could be talked into. And we're going to hit on this a little bit with Sipple because I want to ask him something when he joins us in a little bit. I just need one more year of Matt Rule keeping the roster intact through the portal to believe that he can actually make it happen moving forward the way he wanted to. So now it's time to prove it on the field. Him and Sean, they had a chance to talk to Rule yesterday. And one of the things that Sipple mentioned in his column today was that they lost no starters, 0 projected starters. And if you would have told me that, John, back in December or November in the midst of the losing streak, that they would lose 0 projected starters, after the spring, obviously, there were players that left, right? A Dante Dowdell, for example. But the thing that I just doubted so often in the early days after Matt Rule got hired was, could he keep a roster intact in the modern era of college football? Early returns, I think, have been pretty solid. Now they just have to actually do it on the field. So I could be talked into his way of working is actually a way that can work in college football in 2025 and beyond. He's just got to prove it on the field now.
Here's a hot take, I believe. The news today from ESPN that their new direct-to-consumer offering will be going on sale this fall. This is your chance to buy ESPN. You won't need a cable subscription. You can just literally just buy ESPN. You're not buying it to own it, but you're buying all of their programming. You can have plans start at $29.99 a month. There are cheaper plans if you want less options or more commercials. And there's going to be bundles with Disney Plus and Hulu and things of that nature. But this is ESPN's way to circumvent cable and satellite and send it direct to you. And this is the wave of the future. This is where everyone's going. Here is the take. The success of this direct-to-consumer app will project the future of sports viewing and the rights fee market.
So are you saying the success or lack thereof? Yeah.
If this succeeds, then many others will be more aggressive. I know Fox is going to be doing something here this fall as well. But this is going to kind of set the table, because if this doesn't work or doesn't do what ESPN needs it to do, obviously, because this is their way of trying to make back a lot of the money that they're losing from losing cable subscriptions, right? Well, if ESPN can't make this work, that means that's going to be less money for them to go out and spend on rights fees.
Oh, yeah.
And it could reset the market. So this is a really big test case for how many people will actually go and buy it and how ESPN can make money off of it and how much they can make off of it. But this will project the future of how we view sports and how it may set and affect the rights fee market for future rights fees that are coming due down the road.
Yeah, I'm still super curious about like who's the audience for this. And I understand it in theory, it's the cable cutters. But, if you're a sports fan and you get ESPN, you still don't have everything. That's why the Venu, whatever it was called, that's why those guys, that going away kind of stinks, because it could have been, in theory, John, I only watch, sports and maybe like HBO shows. I'll just do that. But, instead we're not going to have that. And so if you're going to want to stream everything, you would need an ESPN app. And Fox, much to Nick's happiness, finally announced their own streaming app.
Finally.
And then you have Turner is on Max. So pretty interesting.
Real quick update on the poll question we asked yesterday. We talked about which college football playoff format do you prefer, because right now it looks like it's probably going to be either a 14 or a 16 team format. There's a very good chance that we're going to have quotas for in other words, the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 plan, with quota bowls for the third and fourth place games, etc. 55% voted yes to the 16-team field versus 45% for the 14-team field. And there was a tweet yesterday from a Pennsylvania congressman, a Democrat from the Philadelphia area, Congressman Brendan Boyle. He quote tweeted Ross Dellinger's report from this past weekend that there was growing support for the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1-1 plan. And Brendan Boyle quote tweeted it and said, "The next time the Big Ten or SEC wants to meet with me about NIL, they need to be prepared to first explain to me how they justify trying to rig the CFP. #greed.
No arguments here."
So the politicians obviously getting involved. The interesting thing is he's from Philadelphia. I have no idea what his college football allegiance is or anything like that, but the fact that he comes from the Big Ten footprint, theoretically, I found rather interesting.
Yeah, exactly, because, this would benefit a Penn State. This would benefit, as we talked about yesterday, and
it would.
Nebraska now, their goal, if they move forward with this, the goal is going to be a top 6 team in the league. Top 2 would be the best because it guarantees 3 through 6. You got to play another game, but that's what you want. That's what you're chasing after. Be a top 3rd team in the conference, and you're able to play for a shot at the playoff. That would be, as you mentioned yesterday, For a long time, it was win the Big 8, then it was win the Big 12 North, then it was win the Big 10 Legends, then it was win the Big 10 West. Now it would be become a top 8 team or a top 6 team. And if you do that, then you're going to have a shot at the playoff.
Oh, boy. Okay, coming up, we have a slice of college baseball.
Oh, baseball.
We've had so much baseball, but I guess we can do one more segment.
We haven't had enough baseball, if you ask me.
Well, I wouldn't.
It is May 13th. We're basically a quarter of the way through the Major League season.
Don't call it the quarter pole, though. Did you see Ferrin's super today, John?
I meant to ask him about that, and well, we got the Pete Rose news.
Got the Pete Rose news, exactly.
It's gonna go from there.
Yep.
We'll be back and have a slice of college baseball on 1620 The Zone.
Certified power sports technician in less than a year. Hey, Jackson, what do you see? Me as a first responder when I get my degree. Hey, Mia, did you hear?
I can knock out my gen eds before transferring to university.
Saving time and money. Get up to speed on your me time. Classes start June 5th. Get started at fccnep.edu/me.
When you keep a car for a long time, it becomes a classic. When you keep your air conditioner for a long time, it becomes, well, let's just say it doesn't get better with age. Call Standard Heating and Air Conditioning and have your old air conditioner checked out. If it's needed, you can have a brand new Carrier air conditioner installed in no time with fast and easy financing. When the other companies send salesmen, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of the way we do things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Backhanded throw, and that will end the ball game. The Missouri Tigers came to College Station without an SEC win. They leave Aggieland with a sweep.
College baseball.
This obsession you have of poking the Aggies, Nick, is
It's very strange, John.
I don't understand this. I don't know what point on the doll where the Texas A&M puppy hurt you.
They didn't hurt me. The perception of them did. But we're not talking about.
Tell me this week's slice has nothing to do with Texas
John,
A&M.
we're not talking about Texas A&M today.
Good.
You're the one who brought them up, you weirdo.
It was the highlight in your open that
Today,
you created.
We're going the opposite direction of Texas A&M. We're taking a trip to the north and then to the east to talk about the Northeastern Huskies. Now, I hear you. Why the hell would we ever talk about this random-ass team?
Thank you, Nick. Yes, thank you. Why?
In the Coastal Athletic Association.
Why?
Chill the hell out.
Why do we talk about the sport?
Chill the hell out and let me cook, Josh.
I thought you wanted me to ask why.
The Huskies currently lead the CAA with a 22-2 record. Second place belongs to UNC Wilmington with a 16-8 record. That's neat, right? In the conference.
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought. Am I allowed to talk to you? I don't know what you want me to do.
This
here.
is an interactive segment, Josh.
Okay, interesting.
But that clearly didn't do anything for you. So here's this: the Northeastern Huskies are also currently on a 20-game winning streak. Does that do anything for you?
Nope.
Josh, in baseball,
yes, Nick,
that's
it does
hard
a lot.
to do.
It does a lot for me.
Fine. How about this? They're currently ranked number 25.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow, indeed. Let's talk about these guys. They started the season with a loss against Charlotte. The start of their season was a little shaky with a few couple game losing streaks here and there, but obviously it hasn't been anything crazy. Now, ask me who they've beaten.
Who have
they beaten?
I'm glad you asked. They beat friend of the slice, Hawaii, once. They swept San Diego
God, that's
State.
a long trip from freaking Northeast all the way to Hawaii.
That was a 4-game series, too.
Whew.
They swept San Diego State, and
long trip.
They won both of their games against Kansas State. Probably their most notable win, though, a 3-0 shutout to UConn. Against UConn.
Damn, the Big East units are taking a hit.
Now, if none of that made you excited for this team, maybe this will. Tonight, in about an hour, in fact, your Northeastern Huskies will be in stores to take on the Huskies of the University of Connecticut once again, who, as I'm sure you know, are currently number 1 in the Big East. Do I think that anything will happen to this team ultimately? Do I think any of this will matter? Probably not, but it's a fun story to talk about, and I'm glad I could share it with you all. Baseball.
Baseball.
A Northern team. By the way, I looked this up today, the College World Series odds currently from the DraftKings. Arkansas! This is to win it. Arkansas, plus 450. LSU, plus 600. Tennessee and Georgia, plus 800. North Carolina, 16-1. Vandy and Texas, 20-1.
There's a team I don't see on this list.
Interesting. Northeastern?
They're not on the list.
They're
right.
not.
I don't see Iowa on this list. I don't see another.
I wasn't going to
SEC
talk about
type
the
of
really
team.
long shots.
Creighton?
Creighton is 300-1. I did see that.
Hey, there you go.
Interesting. John looked up the Creighton odds.
Well, I only had so much time. But there you go. There's a chance of some of these teams, and boy, there's a lot of South in there. Man, there's a lot of South in there.
So how much longer do we have with this season? It's almost over.
Are you asking when the College World Series is?
Sure.
You should know that.
It's a month away.
We had a whole meeting about it.
We did have it. Well, I mean, in the meeting, we never said, here's the start of it. It was implied, but Chris didn't say the College World Series begins on June 14th.
I think it was on the schedule you got.
Yes, I know, but that's implied.
It's not implied if they gave you
until
the
the
sheet.
CWS.
All right. I can't wait.
We got a month
for
until
it
the
to be
CWS.
over.
Why do you hate fun? Why do you hate joy?
I don't hate joy. I love joy.
Why you would rather go to a store and hold a non-girthy cucumber than talk about baseball.
Here comes
Why
the
is
photo.
that?
Here comes the photo from my Freakazoid partners. Post the photo, John.
I have not once put this up on the screen.
Is this true?
Once. This is absolutely true. I don't even know where it is.
Oh, I like when it's in the 3 box because it curves directly in front of Josh.
It always. I've been in the same spot the whole show.
No,
Nick.
during the crossover, it wasn't quite the same.
I don't believe you.
There it is, the giant cucumber.
It is so shiny.
Yeah,
it was a very shiny cucumber. It's almost like you were waxing the thing.
It's a really high definition
before
picture
you
of
bought
this
it.
cucumber.
I cannot make any promises.
If you missed it earlier, Josh announced the first kickoff time. Nebraska and Cincinnati down in Kansas City. 8 p.m. on Thursday night. I forgot that this was going to be an ESPN Classic, but yes, Cincinnati technically owns the rights to this game, which means it's a Big 12 game, which means it's an ESPN broadcast.
Well, it could have been
It's going to be a rare appearance by the Huskers on the Worldwide League.
It actually
Welcome back
not
to
to
the Big 12, Nebraska.
Not to push up my glasses that I don't wear anymore, John, but the Big 12 is on both Fox and ESPN. So in theory, it could have been on either Fox/FS1 or ESPN.
It could have been, but ESPN certainly this gave Nebraska a chance. There was no other opportunity this year for Nebraska to be on ESPN.
No, this is the only one. This is the only one.
This is it.
John, I'm surprised that he doesn't like 4:30 football. I, for one, can't wait to watch it. Though we probably won't have access
Well, again,
to it
it's
because
just
we'll
weird
be
to have it on a weekday at 4:30.
because it's week one. It's
4:30.
week one. It's just they're just trying to kick off the
But
season.
they've never done that before. Now it's always Nebraska and Creighton are always getting screwed over by the television networks. Always got to play late. They always treat us like we're an East Coast team. It's crazy, or actually a West Coast team.
Got to be your team.
Got to be your coast.
Yeah. We'll have a great time, John. We'll be spending time together, getting excited. We'll be doing our little countdown stuff.
Holding cucumbers.
Oh, God. I just realized, what does this mean for the pregame show? Rats.
Interesting.
This is an outrage. This game should be kicking off at 6 o'clock. This is a disgrace to America to have this
Shocking.
game at
Josh
8 o'clock.
finally figured it out.
Get ready to speak 6 p.m. pregame show, buddy.
Curses! Wow, how many hours are we doing radio of that day, John? Oh, so interesting.
And now finally he gets it.
All right, well, now I'll just turn it back on John. Interesting, John, you don't like working. Wow, fascinating. I love being on the air for my pals in Omaha and the internet where we're on live for the entire globe.
You're ready for a 6-hour unsportsmanlike conduct?
Why not?
That's
Well,
just
the
gonna
last
mean,
2 hours
that's
will
just gonna
probably
mean
be
the
the big-
barbecue is going to be extra done by that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's get a couple pops in us, Nick. We'll be fine.
Couple pops.
Yeah, plus
Couple
for the
sodies.
last 2 hours, it'll probably be the little round table thing we got going on. We'll have a fun time. It'll be great. I'll be excited. We'll have a great
Well,
time.
Just make your plans ahead, kids, and you'll know. Now it's at 8 p.m.
8
No other
o'clock.
kickoff times were announced for Nebraska. These were only ESPN announcements today. Fox didn't do theirs today. I'm sure at some point
Not
Fox
yet,
is going to make some announcements, but I'm guessing that the next 2 games on Nebraska's schedule are going to be kind of
BTN,
at
baby.
the back end of the priority list.
Oh, yeah.
Guessing the old Akron game's not going to be a big noon kickoff or on CBS.
Those
And
will be games if you don't
Houston
live in
Christian maybe could be on NBC in prime time.
on Peacock, maybe. Those are games, John, that might be on the BTN extended channels if you don't live in the Omaha
Maybe
or
BTN
Lincoln.
Plus.
BTN Plus. Let
Houston
the college
Christian
kids
would be a
announce it.
perfect game for student announced BTN.
Give them a chance, John.
Sure.
Give them
Why
a chance.
It's basically like a spring game.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Oh, look at this. We got caller Rich who wants to talk about the game, the opener, Nick. Yep. Let's do this before Sipple. Rich, hello.
Hello. I listen to you guys when I leave work in the afternoon.
Nice.
Thanks, Rich.
Because you guys are funny.
Well, sometimes.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm a disappointed fan.
Why is that?
Regarding this game. And I don't want to waste your time, but I get to the point. But about 25% of Husker fans are on low budget, basically speaking. and I'm one of them. And I mean, I get my tickets every year because I save my money. But what I'm disappointed about is they just took this game, one of my games, and sent it out of town.
Now, Rich, let me correct you real quick. This was supposed to be Cincinnati's home game, so this was not a game ever destined for Lincoln.
Oh, it wasn't?
Nope.
Yeah, okay. This was a game that Cincinnati had control of.
So it was originally
Nebraska.
supposed to be in Cincinnati.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're not losing a Nebraska home game because of this. In fact, some people look at it as gaining a home game because it's only 3 hours down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Kearney.
But it's also more expensive.
Sure.
You're not gonna get a room for less than $200 for one person. And if it's a family of 4 or whatever, it's going to cost a lot more than that, you know.
Sure.
And it's just disappointing that it's there instead of Lincoln.
Rich, I appreciate the call.
Thanks, Rich.
It's a bigger picture issue, but I mean, and this could go for pro or college football. The in-stadium season ticket or ticket holding fan is kind of being glossed over for the television viewer. These games are being staged more for television than it is for the in-stadium viewer. And it's not just this game, it's everything, right? You know, the kickoff times are to maximize television, which is it's a change from what it used to be back in the day, you know, when you didn't have as many television windows. But now these games are being staged for television, and it is sad if you are someone who really enjoys going to the games for the games, is you kind of get jerked around a little bit. Like, especially in the NFL, at least with college, for the most part, we have a good idea of what at least half the kickoff times will be before the season starts. And then you get into the whole 7-day, 14-day, television window thing. But at least you kind of have an idea. NFL, you can get jerked around a lot, especially if you flex games from.
Especially if you flex Thursday games.
You flex games to Thursday. So I understand where the frustration can be from the ticket holding fan, because you can get jerked around. But that is, since all of these sports, football, basketball, college, pro, it doesn't matter, more of the money comes from the TV rights than it comes from selling tickets and concessions.
Yeah.
And ever since that dynamic changed and these sports basically sold their souls to TV, the season ticket holder or the ticket holder, is just kind of along for the ride.
But I will say with this one, because they're not giving up a home game, I genuinely think that this is awesome. I know that college football is built off of playing home games. If they're going to ever play a neutral site game, this is the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. Close, 3 hours away, Arrowhead, a lot of fans, should be a ton of red. I'd love to see this type of stuff, against old Big 8/Big 12 teams if they were going to do it. So I understand the frustration, but you didn't lose a home game. So in my opinion, this is a win. Instead of having to go to Cincinnati, you just got to go to Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't think he understood that from the beginning.
Definitely.
But, anyway, we will be back, and Steve Sipple will join us.
Nice. He's excited.
Sipple doesn't have to meet a deadline anymore.
That's true. He writes for the internet.
Because he writes for the internet, and the internet is timeless. He does not have to wait he doesn't have to, he's not held hostage by a printing press.
That's true.
So he's probably happy with it. We'll find out next with Steve Sipple of the HuskerOnline.com on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh! Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Sip, how are you?
How are you guys doing?
Great.
It's warm. It's
John?
sunny. It's middle of May. How's the arm? Same as last week.
Okay.
Not much change. We'll find out more on Friday.
Okay, you're pushing through that. Josh, are you taking a training, a break from training is what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I'm not running as much, but I'm still running a little bit. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got that going.
Wow.
It was toasty today.
Oh, yeah.
A little
Yeah, you
toasty.
gotta adjust.
Oh, that's right. What was the runner's temperature? 185?
Well, it was in the mid-60s, John, so it was in the... Sipple, will you explain to John, who's a moron, that when you run in the heat, it feels warmer than it is?
John.
Thank you, Sip.
Respect your co-host.
Sorry,
Thank you.
175. 175.
Thank you. Sip, the news of the day is that we got kickoff times. Life is good, my man. Life is good.
I like the 8 p.m.er. I really do.
Do you? Well, now with Steve Sipple of 7 years ago, say the same
Newspaper
thing?
man.
Oh, I mean, that's a little, it never bothered me. I mean, there was an allure to it as a newspaper guy, that being, you don't have time to mold too much. You know, you just got to go. And I always liked those columns when you couldn't afford to sit around and think about it too much. You just had to bang away. I like doing that.
And then you and McKeever would be fighting at the payphone because that was the only way you could call the story back into the office so they could.
We didn't use payphones. It was never that. Kind of funny.
Sorry, you were fighting over the Raven that you were gonna, have deliver the message back to Lincoln.
But anyway, no, I don't. I like it. It'll be great for tailgaters. It'll be a massive tailgating scene, I would think, on that Thursday.
It better be at least half of a Chiefs game. Like from, I don't know how big the crowd's going to be. It'll probably be close to a sellout, but I want as close to a Chiefs tailgate experience as possible, knowing that Chiefs fans won't be there necessarily, but I want the barbecue. I want the smells. I want all of that. Cause that's the allure of going to Arrowhead Stadium. If you ask Stibbs, that's where the allure ends. But
John, you're old enough, and I'm not leaving Josh out of any conversations, but you're old enough to remember 1998. It was.
I remember 98. Yes, my dad was at the playoff game when the Broncos beat the Chiefs.
Okay, so you remember? I mean, what I remember about that game.
Oh, the Oklahoma State game. Yes. Oh, yes.
The Oklahoma State game was
1 yard line.
The Journal Star crew, we were stuck on the interstate entering Kansas City. I mean at a dead stop where I got out of the car I mean, that's how bad the traffic was. And we got there late. I mean, we didn't get there till the second quarter because the traffic was so bad.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, really?
Yeah, we didn't. It's when it dawned on me, you know what? We don't really need to be there for the first half. Think about it. You didn't really have to be. You just wrote, second half lasts 2.5 hours, so you can kind of get your wits about you and figure out what happened in the first half. But anyway, it was standstill traffic going down. I don't know if it'll be like that this time, but it was crazy last time.
Were you able to follow the game?
What do you mean?
Like listen to it? Could you pick up a signal?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we were listening to it. So it wasn't.
Okay.
It was. I'm speaking literally. It literally dawned on me. If I ever am in a situation where I can't see the first half of a game, don't panic because it doesn't really matter.
Wow! Don't say that.
Back then,
first half doesn't matter.
Josh, think about it. It's pre-Twitter. There's nothing. You weren't writing anything on the fly back then.
True.
Oh man, can you imagine if that would have been during Twitter and the whole Nebraska media brigade?
Where's Sipple? Where's Sipple?
Who'd do the end of first quarter score tweet?
Oh God, the worst thing
They're
in
all
America.
stuck in traffic on I-29.
Sip, can you promise me this year you will not tweet the end of the first quarter score or the attendance? We don't need that crap on our timelines.
Do it, Sip. Do it.
Well, I don't. Do I do that? I don't know.
No, Sip doesn't usually do that.
All right. Well, never mind. I forgive you.
But I can't remember.
But this would be a good year to start.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to. Like the guys I work with now, Sean Callahan always says, we don't have to tweet if you don't want it. It's not mandatory. I know it's kind of interesting. You don't really. That's his stance, which is fine with me.
Yeah.
Either way.
Hey, speaking of Sean, you guys had a chance to talk to Matt Rule yesterday on the pod. What stood out to you in your chat with the Husker head coach?
Oh, there was actually a lot. I mean, I thought two things in particular. The Charmore Brown discussion, I thought he did a good job of pretty much laying out what happened. And I don't have the column in front of me, but I'll paraphrase. Well, I'll just translate what I got out of it.
Okay.
And that is Nebraska didn't want to pay above market price for the North Dakota State running back. And then even you can take that a step further and say probably would have had to pay more than the starter.
More than Emmett.
Yeah, more than Emmett Johnson. And, Nebraska, if you read what Rule said, if you read it, he had sort of an intriguing quote where he said, you don't really want to do that. And then he even went as far as to say, it's not like we have endless resources. My thought on it was, I don't know if they could afford to pay, if they could have afforded to pay Charmar Brown what he was asking. And I certainly don't think it's just like this. This is the way I explain it to Sean. And I could explain to you guys this way too. You guys are both making money and you could sell to your wives. Let's buy it. Let's buy a speedboat. You don't really need it. You don't. That's what Charmore Brown represented to me. It would be nice to have. It'd be fun. It'd be fun to have, and it would be helpful probably in some ways to you. But you don't really need it, so let's not do it. And I think that's kind of what it was. I think Nebraska could have done it, but it would have been uncomfortable from a budget standpoint.
Steve Sipple joining us on the.
The other thing that was he talked about the special teams and he said they have a punter. I mean, they have a punter lined up, but they don't want to name him because of this world we're in. Team. I always think of North Carolina in these situations. A team could find out that name and go try to undercut you and buy him. So they have their guy. Matt's Rule said, I'm not saying anything out of turn here. They have their guy. He'll be here June 1st, ready to start working out June 2nd, but they don't want to name him.
Steve Sipple joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline. On that subject, Mike Eckler, I mean, this is obviously his move. He wants a rugby style kicker that's how they want to execute their punt defense. They also went out and got the transfer kicker, Kyle Kunanen. Does it seem to you that Eckler is 100% in charge of special teams? In other words, Matt Rule has said, okay, this is your department. Do with it as you need to.
That's my impression. I had that. I've wondered the same thing on a couple of occasions, John. I don't know that I can answer it definitively, but I get that feeling. And John, I think it's a common sense discussion. I really do. Eckler's 53 years old now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he can run his own room within reason, right? I mean, if he's, blaring music too loud in the room or whatever, the head coach might have to step in. But as long as it's within reason, yeah, I do think it. I think Eckler's in charge of special teams, and I think you give him I think you give him autonomy within reason. Of course, we all know who the boss is. The Rule is a very definitive boss, but yeah, I think you give guys like Eckler and Holgorsen a lot of autonomy.
I'm curious what you think, Sip. And I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but in terms of delegating and allowing the assistants, especially the coordinators, to have autonomy, Matt Rule, at least it seems to me that he would be a little more hands-on than maybe some other Nebraska coaches in the past. We all know that Bo certainly had his hands in the defense, maybe not as much in the offense. But when you can compare, how would you compare Matt Rule to recent Husker coaches in terms of the autonomy that he allows the assistants, particularly the coordinators, to have? And has that changed?
I think that it depends on the person. I think John, I don't know if I'd make a sweeping analysis on it. I think Holgorsen and Eckler are good examples of guys that he's probably not going to do a lot. With Holgorsen, I think Holgorsen has damn near full autonomy, I would think. He'll, of course, listen to Rule. Eckler, same way. I think Butler, just because of Butler doesn't have a lot of experience as a defensive coordinator. So Matt might be more liable to step in that. It's just like a lot of things in this world. I try to avoid sweeping generalizations, and I'm going to do it here. I just think it depends. I think it depends who you're talking about. It's really that simple to me.
Sip, we talked about this a little bit with Michael yesterday. I want to ask you, how locked in do you feel in terms of your overall perception of the team? And like, how much can that change barring injuries or like some, crazy roster addition that we're not going to see coming? Is there anything that you think can happen between now and that Thursday night game that you think would really, really change? Maybe the better way to ask, could you hear something from somebody, or could there be a quote where you would say, okay, maybe I'm actually going to change my mind on the team?
No, that's a good question, Josh. As I sit here right now on May, whatever it is, 13th, I'm pretty locked in. I don't think much is going to change. I don't think, there's going to be a punter ad, but there's just not a lot of personnel things that would happen at this point. That now, Josh wouldn't. Now, here's the thing that you have to allow. Not as much as you used to, but once August 1 hits and camp starts, I mean, how many times have you guys been there in August discussing mega injuries that occur in camp? I mean, it happens so much, right? I mean, just gigantic. I mean, I'm think of Quentin Castillo going down, or just guys. They'd lose guys in August quite a bit, like a lot of teams do. So that might be a factor. But they don't. I always come off like an old timer. They don't go as hard. They don't tackle as much as they used to. They don't go twice a day as much as they used to. So injuries in August are probably less of a factor, but that's it. Up until August 1, pretty locked in, Josh.
Sip, you wrote about Dylan this past weekend and how he's kind of flown under the radar. How important do you think that is, given where he was 1 year ago at this time? He was one of the hot incoming players and had the big name, had the 5 stars behind his name, and now entering year 2, at least nationally. I know around here he's been making the rounds, and he's always going to be popular, but nationally he's been kind of flying under the radar. There hasn't been a lot of talk about him. How important do you think that is moving into year 2?
Well, I mean, I think it's good. I don't know how important it is. The thing you don't want to confuse is it's lack of buzz. It's not lack of expectation. There's a lot of
right.
There's a lot of expectation. He's got to live up to a lot of expectation. But the buzz nationally is not really there. Locally, now I have thought for the last several months, locally there's not even that much buzz.
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you, Josh. I think we're on the same page there. I was kind of struck by it throughout the offseason that, where he's still, when you compare it to December of 2023 and that, how wild that kind of got, when he committed and the speculation that preceded his commitment. I've just been sort of not taken aback, but just taken by how much that has all subsided. Now, some of that is due to the fact he threw 4 touchdown passes in the last 8 games, only 4 with 9 interceptions. That'll quell some enthusiasm, right?
Sure it will.
So some of it is play related, some of it's record related. And I don't know how else to explain it other than that.
I think it is so much about what happened in October. I mean, God, dude, after the Illinois game, to the point where, and I think that there is very much something to be said around here for the hyped player that came in and didn't live up to the promise in year 1. And you know how it is. People just are so ready to move on and either get ready for the next guy, which there really isn't a next guy on the roster, but just say, well, he is what he is. Like, I feel like I've seen that song and dance around here a million times.
It is. You know what, though? I don't say that with Dylan. He is what he is. I think there's a lot more there. I really believe that. And then there's that whole other conversation that has gripped this place, and that is there enough around him? And it goes back really for me to Adrian Martinez, where we had the Adrian was extremely polarizing, not because of any personality traits. It was solely based on performance, and that in particular is that conversation of, is there enough around him? Is it his fault or is it Frosty's fault? Did they put enough around him? And I always came down on the side of they just didn't put enough around him, and I'll go to my grave saying that. And I don't with Dylan. I hope that I don't think they put enough around him last year. And I'm hoping that changes this year. I think that, I don't know for sure that we're going to see an upgrade at receiver. It kind of looks like we're going to. I think
offensive line.
I think the line will be pretty good. I think he's going to be well protected. And I think he's got some guys at tight end he can go to. Running back, I'm not all that confident in. I think Emmett's good. Behind him is just a big mystery. So I don't know.
But how much of last year too, Sip, was him getting hurt, and it started in the Illinois game, and there was I'm trying to remember which game it was, the Indiana game. I remember he stepped and Joe Klatt was like, I think he just turned an ankle or something happened. Like he was banged up for half the season, if not more.
He got banged up, and I thought really what happened is against Illinois. Remember what Illinois did? They really changed up at halftime. They went to man coverage. They're blitzing, throwing blitzes that were effective. And I think there was sort of a blueprint after that. And Nebraska kind of had to adjust. And I don't know that they adjusted that well. Maybe that's now. Here's the thing: you have to acknowledge this. Now, the chess match it's a formidable chess match that goes on. Coordinators now have a full season of it.
Yep.
Those guys are really intelligent. Now, on the other hand, Dana Holgerson's really intelligent. And you know who else is really intelligent is Dylan. Dylan's really intelligent. There's quite a chess match, I'm sure, that will go on once the season gets going. And that's another reason I'm confident in Dylan, because I think he's exceptionally intelligent. But you want to see it more now. And I think you will. God, I really think that it'll be profound how much better the play calling is. I think the average fan will be able to see it.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying these NBA playoffs, Sip?
Well, yeah.
No, I meant like compared to a usual year. You know, I know you enjoy watching them, but how is it compared to like previous years?
Well, it's been more. I've enjoyed it more because of how surprising the results are. I mean, just Boston,
sure.
Cleveland and Boston all year. You see them march through the East. Cleveland number 1, Boston number 2, and Cleveland has this incredible year, and then they get waylaid. I mean, they're just waylaid by the Pacers. Same pretty much with Boston.
Interesting. Yeah.
So it's the surprise factor is enormous for me. I mean, I didn't think the Knicks would win a game, let alone the series. They're going to win the series. I never even gave the Pacers a chance to beat Cleveland 2 weeks ago. So the surprise factor's been good.
Interesting.
Now I had been telling my grandson Alex, watch the Timberwolves. I mean, I've been telling him that for 3 months. Watch the Timberwolves. They're long, they're athletic, but they got a lot besides him. And I said, don't be surprised. And he said, oh, the Lakers will take them out. And I'm like, no. I don't think they will. So I've been very interested in Minnesota's run. But the whole thing is compelling to me. Probably more compelling because the results have been so surprising.
Yes, I would agree.
Sip here for Timberwolves Pacers NBA Finals.
That'd be horrendous.
I want T-Wolves Knicks. I think T-Wolves Knicks would be a lot. Thunder Knicks would be cool too.
Thunder Knicks would be good.
I just want MSG, man. I want Madison Square Garden to have the NBA Finals. That sounds like a blast.
Isn't it fun? Madison Square Garden is alive as it is.
Oh my gosh, man! That crowd is so good. Like you just turn it on. You can have the volume off, and you can see how engaged and how crazy the atmosphere is.
You know what though? The thing about the NBA is, and it's not just them. I mean, look at the Oklahoma City crowd. You know that's an incredible.
Oh yeah.
You know, obviously the Boston Garden. That is an incredible environment. The environments in the NBA are strong. I mean, really all of them that you can think of. It's pretty wild. Now, the one thing that's been sort of unappealing to me is the level of physicality is incredibly high. I mean, I think it's gotten a little out of hand. And you really got to watch the game. But really, if you watch in the East in particular, not just the East actually, both sides, it gets a little out of control away from the ball. Like, I'm not comfortable with it. Kenny Atkinson, the Cleveland coach, basically said what I'm saying. He said, I didn't get into it for this. I don't know what. He was sort of dismayed by the level of physicality. Now you can say, "Oh, come on, Sip. What about the Detroit Pistons and Rick Mahorn? Remember that? Remember the Jordan rules and all that? Yeah, it was really physical then.
Remember?
I think it's gone to sort of a level that I'm uncomfortable with in terms of just out and out hand fight. I mean, it's just. I think they got to get it under control.
Steve Sipple. Sip.
Football, baby.
Have a great rest of your week.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. I appreciate it. We'll do it next week.
Bye, Sipple.
We will. Steve Sipple joining us as he does every happy hour on a Tuesday.
Wow.
Coming up, because if we don't do it, football may die before the end of the show.
We haven't done it today.
It's the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day. It has to do with non-conference series. We'll have that. We have content coming up.
Awesome.
And what's for dinner?
Wow.
We haven't yet gotten to the wordsmith of the year. The wordsmith
We
of the year.
haven't. We haven't.
That will be coming up. So stay
Nice.
right there. We will be back. A reminder, the Mo Money Sweepstakes is going on right now. Register online, 1620thezone.com. Chance to win $5,000. All you have to do, just register. Just go to the website, 1620thezone.com, register. Mo Money Sweepstakes. Maybe that $5,000 could be yours. Buy a new mower. Buy a lot of things.
Buy a lot of things, John. Can't buy a
More
new
grass
wrist, but you
seed
can buy new things.
On 1620thezone.com.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
Football's dead, says Jacob Bigelow, but we're going to try our very best to breathe life into this dying sport with the daily Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day. Today's topic revolves around
football.
Non-conference schedules.
Oh, I love those.
Well, we'll find out how much longer you love them.
Oh, would you stop it?
Pete Nakos of On3 did a ranking of the top 10 upcoming college football non-conference series. Now, these aren't ones that are going to be played this year, but ones that are coming in future seasons. Because, in college sports, especially college football, they love to schedule many years in advance. Not as aggressive as they used to be when they would schedule things like 10 and 15 years in advance. But we're still in the, you can still push some things out. In fact, let's see, what am I looking? I'm looking at, there's a 2036 in there. That's a ways off. So, there's still some people that are going way out into the future. But for the most part, most of these series are happening within the next 4 to 5 seasons.
Don't forget about the Clemson Notre Dame 12-year spectacular, though, John. That thing's going to practically go to the 2040s.
His top 10, number 1, Ohio State, Alabama will be playing in 2027 and 2028.
That's pretty tight, John.
Number 2.
Tight.
Number 2. This one used to be an annual thing.
I remember those
days. But of course, the idiots that run college sports, they kill everything. Michigan, Notre Dame, 2033 and 2034.
I love that rivalry. I'm a big mark for Notre Dame versus Michigan.
By the way, quick side note, this graphic was 100% made in Canva. I recognize those elements.
The Canva boys.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, keep going, John. You're doing great.
Number 3, Georgia and Ohio State. They've already played in recent years, but they're going to do it again.
Well, that was in the playoff, John.
Didn't they have a non-conference series?
No, not recently.
I thought they did. Didn't they have one?
No, your brain is breaking before our eyes. Feeble John.
John's brain is mooshy.
Josh, go stick your head in a bucket of water.
I would rather
2030 and 2031, Georgia and Ohio State.
At the shoe, between the hedges. Let's go football.
Number 4, Clemson shows up on the list. Oklahoma and Clemson, 2035 and 2036.
Cool.
Number 5. Florida and Notre Dame.
That's fun. Florida barely ever leaves their state. So when they go north, it's an exciting event, Nick.
Kings of the North?
Kings of the North.
I think the last time, Florida and Notre Dame played a Sugar Bowl once.
Like in the 80s?
Maybe 25 years ago.
Interesting.
I don't know. 2031, 2032. Number 6.
Yeah, it's all over the place. This is very strange. Bad graphic.
Number 6.
Who is it, John?
Nebraska, Oklahoma. Now, these teams have played recently, but they're re-upping in 2029 and 2030. Stick a pin in that. We'll get back to it in a moment. Number 7, Florida's back.
Folks!
And they're going to be playing Coach Prime and Colorado in 2028 and
They will not be
2029.
playing Coach Prime.
Number 8, Notre Dame and Texas.
Oh, folks, the Texas is back, folks game, John. That's where it all started.
2028 and 2029.
Thank you, Joe Tess.
Number 9, Alabama and Notre Dame.
Wow, that's fun. That's exciting.
Rematch of the national championship from about a decade ago.
Yeah, exactly. It sucked.
2029, 2030. And number 10, Auburn and Miami, 2029 and 2030.
You can tell it's number 10 because it's between the 6 and the 9 and kind of in the middle.
Yeah, what's up with this graphic?
I don't like the ordering.
Why
they did this?
Stop obsessing over little things. We got to stay focused on the subject. My question is this.
Okay.
What are the odds? 2 questions. Number 1, what are the odds?
Don't tell me the odds.
What are the odds that Nebraska and Oklahoma actually play this series?
0.0.
And how many of
Hell
these
no.
series will still be on the schedule when they are scheduled to be played?
I'll say that we get 6 out of the 10. I'm not going to predict which ones get canceled, but I say we get 6 out of the 10. The SEC is about to move to 9 conference games. So that's going to have an effect on some things. I bet Michigan, Notre Dame, and Florida, Notre Dame, and Bama, Notre Dame. Like Notre Dame only plays non-conference games because people forget they don't have a conference. I think those games will all live, but I think you got to be on the lookout for the other SEC games, just in case they're going to want to move away from doing that. I mean, Georgia. Look, shout out to Georgia if they continue with how they've been scheduling, because they play Georgia Tech. And so if they play Georgia Tech and a 9-game conference schedule, that means 11 power games, to which I would, I'd tell Kirby to get his players' driving habits in order, but I would say, nice job. Way to challenge yourselves in the non-con. I appreciate that. I respect that.
I would be pleasantly happy if we got half of these.
Yeah.
If we got half of these.
There's no way in hell we're getting Nebraska, Oklahoma.
No.
Might as well blow. There's that page on Husker Max. Just blow off all the future non-conference games that involve power opponents.
Now, it's interesting you
just
say that.
delete. Stop it, Nick. That has nothing to do with anything, you freak.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
But
while there has been some pushback, it hasn't been uber aggressive pushback on the cancellation of the Tennessee series. I've noticed a few people occasionally in their comments will, write something or say something about, Nebraska back to the Tennessee series and Nebraska's chicken. But I mean, that's it's a small percentage of the fan base. And I know they've already played recently, but we also know how much this series means to a lot of people around here. And the last time Nebraska tried to walk out of a series, what it meant for the administration and for particularly the head coach who was spearheading the effort to back out of the series. I wonder if they might have to bite their tongue and go through with this series, because the reprisal, if this gets canceled, will be much louder and much more aggressive than we saw for the Tennessee cancellation.
You are, definitely right on that. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be so confident in it getting canceled, because there is something special about
I don't
Oklahoma.
disagree with you. I don't think this is going to happen. But if there is a firewall protecting us, it is the firewall of the angry people with the pitchforks and the torches that would say, why are you canceling this?
Yeah.
We like to play Oklahoma.
Save
They're
us.
our old rivals.
Save us, Husker fans. Save us.
You're our only hope.
They are our only hope. Yeah, maybe you're right, John. Maybe that is one of the games that has a chance to remain.
Personally, I hope it does. And the other thing that you got to factor into all this, we don't know. Think about it. The last 10 years, we have bounced back and forth like a ping pong ball in this sport with its scheduling philosophies. We've seen teams say we got to back away. Then, with the advent of the 14 playoff, we saw folks say, well, maybe we got to schedule harder now because, and then we've seen now, people like Matt Rule and others who are kind of backing down a little bit. We don't know what the next couple of years is going to bring. Yeah, the SEC is probably going to go to 9 games. We're going to get some goofy ass change to the playoff format. But we don't know what other things might be out there. I guarantee you something's going to happen in the next couple of years that, as of today, we don't see coming.
Well,
that could change the mindset of non-conference scheduling.
Yeah, because
or we could have a Big Ten SEC challenge series, and because some of these games like this one and Ohio State, Alabama are already on here, those will just be in
challenge
the
games.
Series. And
but
then
would Florida
will be
play
created.
Colorado? Because John, game that out for just 5 seconds. Florida plays Florida State in the non-conference. Florida plays Colorado. Florida also plays a challenge game, and they have 9 conference games. The math would say that is 12 out of 12 or Power 5. Obviously, they're not going to end up doing that. The other thing that I keep wondering about is, we've been operating for months that it would be a 14-team playoff. And if you game it out and Notre Dame was one of the participants, there would be no room for at-large spots. Well, in this world now, if Notre Dame makes it, there are 2. If Notre Dame doesn't, there are 3. What does the committee do with intent of scheduling, with losses? Like the best thing that could happen, honestly, would be a team gets in with more losses than a team that, a 10-2 gets in over an 11-1, but one of their losses was a non-conference game that was versus a power school. Like and the team with one loss had an Indiana-like schedule. That's what could do it. But until then, they're going to be incentivized to not playing, tough games. So let's see what happens when there are only 2 spots. Last year in a 12-team playoff, there were 7 at-large spots. And so it's much different. And because, John, the committee changes, and because the committee, they come on these Tuesday night shows, and year to year, the stuff that they talk about is different. Some years they like game control. Other years they don't. Like they randomly went into the conference championship games last year and said that they weren't going to be moving teams. Like they're locked in. It's like, wait, what do you mean they're locked in? They're locked in even though there's an extra week of games? What's the point of that? I bet when we get the non-conference championship games, you know what, John? I bet those things are going to matter, and it's going to allow for some sliding. And so, year to year, you never really know what the purpose is or what you should be aiming for because they change the parameters season by season.
Well, coming up next, we have some content and an update. Well, it's not so much an update, but reinforcing talks around NIL. Mr. Yogurt had other things to say yesterday to Tom Chattel that we'll get to. And a great fan of football is going to prison.
Oh, thank God it's not about me.
His love of football has cost him.
No, it's not his love of
many
football.
years.
No, don't blame football for this. He's a criminal, not a football. Being a fan of football is not being a criminal.
You're right. OJ wasn't a criminal because he played and liked football.
Good point, Nick.
Nice.
Good point. We'll be back. Content's next, 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
If you missed it, the big news of the day.
Josh's cucumber.
On the same day Josh was buying cucumbers, Pete Rose.
No, I bought it yesterday. That was a yesterday thing.
Well, whatever. Pete Rose is eligible for the Hall of Fame. He has been taken off of the lifetime ban list along with Shoeless Joe Jackson and many others. So a generation of sports talk radio raised on the should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame topic. Soon it will be done, we think, if he is elected. But as we said earlier,
he's got to get elected first.
He's got to get elected first, but the next election that he's eligible for isn't until Christmas of 2027. So we've got more time to wait. I'm afraid, though, it's a little too late for Pete. Yeah.
John, you'll almost be 60 by then.
I don't think we have to worry about it because people who cheat and lie never get elected to anything.
Exactly, Nick. Great point.
That is a great point.
Months after trading away,
My name is Luca.
Nice.
The Dallas Mavericks now have the number 1 overall pick for this year's draft. Some are saying it's fishy and that this happened and that the NBA had its thumb on the scale. What say you?
I want to believe that there was no thumb on the scale. I just don't know if I don't know if I want to go all the way in. You know, I just started watching a documentary on some of the doctors who were in the ER when Kennedy was brought in, and they're trying to dig up stuff again that there was a second shooter, and I've gone back and forth on this.
Conspiracy,
I don't know,
John.
man.
What's
I don't
going
know,
on
man.
with you?
I don't know, man. These documentaries, man, they change everything, and so if it's possible that there was a second gunman behind the grassy knoll, which happened in Dallas, and Dallas got the benefit of a really lucky draw in the NBA lottery. It's possible.
Is Lee Harvey Oswald the reason that this happened?
John used to be so anti-conspiracy theories, but this is what happens when you aren't allowed to go to work anymore, is you just watch documentaries about second shooters. No, I don't think that it's rigged. I don't think it is. That's my final answer.
Wow, what happened to Josh, the guy who thought the motorcycle cop killed Kennedy? Now he doesn't believe in conspiracies anymore.
Well, your brain has gone mushy, John, so one of us has to have the normalized good takes on the show.
That's never going to happen for you.
They're great takes.
Speaking of the NBA, the Knicks, Bing Bong! Timberwolves and Pacers are all up 3-1. The Thunder are tied at 2-2. And the 2-2?
2-2.
2-2 with the Nuggets. Jason Tatum's season is toast because of an exploded Achilles.
Yeah.
That got surgery, so maybe it's not exploded anymore.
Well, it's back together, but it has a Band-Aid on it.
And Steph Curry isn't expected to play in Game 5. Who's going to make the NBA Finals now?
Obviously the Knicks and the Pacers are going to move on in the East. I think the Thunder are still the team there, and I think it's going to be the Timberwolves on the other side. I'm going to go Thunder. I'm going to go Pacers. Rise up, small markets. We're getting a small market NBA Finals, and congrats to Clay Travis and his stupid website on tweeting about ratings over the next month.
Prediction.
Get the Twins.
One of those series that's 3-1 will go to a Game 7.
Ooh, I'll put that on the list.
I won't say which one, but one of those three series will go to a Game 7. I will pick. It's going to be Oklahoma. Well, who's the Knicks are a higher seed than the Pacers, right?
Yeah. Well, wait. What?
So they would have home court, is what I'm saying.
But the Knicks aren't playing the Pacers.
But I'm saying next round.
Oh, in the next round, yeah, the Knicks would be the
Knicks
home
are the
seed.
3, right?
They're the 3, yeah. Pacers are the 4.
Knicks and Oklahoma City.
Whoa.
Will make the NBA Finals.
Wow. Shout out MSG.
Shout out Oklahoma City.
Sure, them too.
New York City, Oklahoma City, they have a lot in common.
Yes. City is in the name.
Yes,
That's
do.
one thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're both named after their state.
They're both in America.
That's another thing they have in common. Not quite on the top of my brain.
Oh, Nick, no terrorism!
I'm just saying they have things in common.
Wow.
ESPN ranked the offseason for every Power 4 team, dividing up the rankings by conference. Clemson led the way in the ACC, Texas Tech in the Big 12, Penn State in the Big 10, and LSU in the SEC. Nebraska was ranked 6th in the Big 10, with Bill Connolly adding, "It definitely feels like the Huskers gained more than they lost here." All these sound about right to you?
Well, looking around the country, Clemson definitely, they finally dipped their toes in the portal waters, and it seems like that has returned very, very well. Texas Tech has been getting a lot of smoke, positives, good smoke, Nick.
Oh, Pope smoke.
Pope smoke, because they've spent a ton of money, and people are really bullish on them. Penn State, yeah, because they kept their roster intact for the most part. And LSU, it seems like they're spending $1 billion. Nebraska, look, man, you want to be upper half, upper third, I think is pretty good. And I would agree that Nebraska did gain more than they lost. So I'd say all of those things sound about right to me. And Bill Connolly, by the way, joining us tomorrow on the Grum. Nice getting it.
Thank you, me.
I agree with all of the premise behind that, but I still have my doubts about LSU because I do have my doubts about Brian Kelly. They do seem to underachieve.
Oh, they do indeed, John.
And this program historically, I know the last 20 years they've been a lot better, but historically this program's kind of had an underachieving vibe about it. But no, I can't argue with the other teams. And yeah, if Nebraska's 6th in the Big 10, that would mean they could be in a quota bowl.
That's true.
If the quotas were in effect this year, which
they
for now
won't
they're
be.
not.
I love quotables. Trey Hendrickson says Bengals have cut off contract talks. Where's he playing this season?
Well, these cut-off contract talks, he's either going to hold out or...
Yeah, he's going to demand a trade is my guess.
Or demand a trade. I think they'll end up signing him. This is all posturing. I mean, it's only May the 13th. We got a lot of time to go here. I say he's still playing in Cincinnati.
I will disagree with you, John. I think he's going to get traded mainly because I don't think that organization likes paying players, and they're already having to pay a quarterback and some receivers. So good luck, Joe. An offense, you got to put up 40 points a game if you're going to win 9.
Arkansas said it was serious when it said it wanted NIL payback for Madden Lamaleva.
Yamialava.
Iamaliava
contract. But did you know that they're actually seeking twice as much as he has already been paid? Do you think they see a single cent from the
Iamaliava
family? Who are you rooting for here?
All right, explain this to me, Nick
or
John.
He had a $500,000 deal.
Okay.
They had already paid him $100,000 because remember he had just committed, so he hadn't gotten the full load, but he'd gotten $100,000. Arkansas is reportedly asking for $200,000 back. In other words, not only the payback for the money they paid him, but $100,000 in liquidated damages.
Okay. So what's the question here? Will they get the money back? Who am I rooting for? Nobody. I'm rooting for absolutely nobody in any of these types of situations. If the stuff is in writing, I don't understand why it's like so difficult to figure that type of stuff out. I guess I'm a little confused at that sometimes, John.
I don't think they'll see a cent, but I am kind of rooting for Arkansas here only because at some point, if you sign a contract, it should mean something.
Wow, you're rooting for the man?
I'm not really rooting for the man. I'm not, because remember, we're talking about a collective here. It's not like these people are going to go poor if they don't get their $200,000 back.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
But there is something to be said about, at some point, we got to have contracts mean something. So in a slight way, I'm rooting a little bit. Also, I'm not a big fan of this family and how they've treated this situation. I think they'll be fine. Nico's getting paid enough. He can, take care of Madden's bills for a month or two.
Xavier Babadar, known as Chiefsaholic, was sentenced Monday to 32 years in Tulsa County for a bank robbery in Bixby, Oklahoma. Should the Chiefs superfan serve out his entire prison sentence, Andy Reid will be 99 years old.
Whoa.
And Patrick Mahomes, 61. But
he'll be in his 40th year.
If he passes away, does that mean he's no longer ineligible for the MLB Hall of Fame?
Is that your question, Nick?
Yes.
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's too bad for poor old Chief Saholic. By the time he gets out of prison,
Mahomes will be done.
Maybe.
He'll be done.
He might try to do the sad Aaron Rodgers thing.
yeah, his wife will keep insisting that he has to play because got to pay for all of her plastic surgery or whatever she's demanding.
Probably more kids.
Or having to bail out his brother from jail the many, many times that he's gone in.
Oh, God.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
A future allegedly.
Chief Saholic, enjoy your time in prison. And
enjoy your time.
Maybe it'll be like Shawshank.
In what way would that be good?
Well, they had a nice library.
Yes. I don't think Chief Saholic's the guy that's going to be the Andy Dufresne and try to upkeep the prison library. I don't see him being that kind of a guy. I don't see him as much of a book guy.
Yeah, I can't imagine that he knows how to read.
Oh. Saying people from Oklahoma can't read?
Also, don't put it in the paper that he is in jail because he likes football. Don't put it there, Nick.
I mean, he does like football, and he is in jail.
His whole bit is being a Chiefs fan.
That's true.
It is.
And he robbed a lot of these banks on his way to Chiefs games so that he could pay for, the great tickets that he had. So in many ways, football drove him to these crimes.
Wrong. No crimes for me.
PGA golfer Hunter Mahan on Quali Hollow, the site Quail, not Quali. Sorry, I'm thinking about Formula One. Quail Hollow, the site of the minor major PGA championship. I guess I would say Quail Hollow is like a Kardashian, Mahan said. It's very modern, beautiful, and well kept, but it lacks soul or character. Is this the analogy of the year?
No, Nick, it is the analogy of a generation. Dare I say, an entire lifetime. Perhaps the best analogy in the history of mankind.
Wow, you hate the Kardashians.
No, I just think it's really funny, but it lacks soul or character. You think she has a soul or character?
She has character.
Are you?
It's not a good character.
Are you a Kim Kardashian stan there, Nick?
No.
Yikes. Tough look for you.
I just stand with women.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a great pull. I mean, I didn't think there were a lot of golfers that had this kind of personality, but Hunter Mahan has just risen to the top of my list. This is a great analogy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's actually accurate what he's saying about Quail Hollow. Never golfed there, and I don't recall watching any tournaments from there, but I'm going to take his word for it. Tremendous analogy. The wordsmith for a new generation. I don't care which one of Gen Z he is, A or B. Well done, Hunter. Well done.
Gen Z, A
wow.
or B.
Things I never thought I would hear John say. Well done, Hunter. Mr. Yogurt.
Well, he was done many times.
Says he wants more concerts in Memorial Stadium. Who can Lincoln get to fill the old gray lady and make it a good investment?
I don't know. Probably some crap-ass Western.
Scotty McCreery.
It's going to be something garbage. It's going to be Western mumbo jumbo. Nothing
Yeah, but
good.
you got to fill it. That's
fill
the
it with
thing.
the
How many
national.
acts are out there that can fill it? And remember,
I got one.
It's not the greatest stadium in the
Hello,
world.
hello. Hola.
They never would.
They're called U2, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah, they never would. Why wouldn't they? If they could fill up Memorial Stadium, 90,000? Hello.
They have gone to so many memorable and great places.
What
I don't
are
think
you
U2 would
saying?
ever want to come to Lincoln, Nebraska.
What if Dannon promised them a Husker jersey?
Bono would be like, what do I do with this?
You put it on your torso, Bono.
It's not a soccer kit.
Sad.
I don't know who they would get, but it'd be fascinating to see what they could try.
Probably somebody dumb like AC/DC.
Probably someone dumb like AC/DC.
Be awesome, man. Be some culture for the first time ever.
Maybe a Michael Jackson
hologram.
Yeah. People love holograms.
There's a yacht rock cover band called Yachtly Crew. Maybe them.
No, it will not be Yachtly Crew.
You don't think so?
They could play here downstairs in our basement. Maybe get a few fans.
Coming up next is What's for Dinner.
Lovely.
And we'll wrap up the Grum next here on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It looks like some stuffed chicken breasts and rice, and another episode of Happy Face and Cubs Marlins baseball tonight.
That was Happy Face.
That's the show on Paramount about with Dennis Quaid. He is a serial killer.
Hello, boy.
And they're trying to clear another case that he admits to. It's actually a really good show.
Oh, cool. I mentioned on Friday I had Popeyes, or I was going to have Popeyes. I ended up doing that over the weekend.
Is it because you ordered it on Friday?
Nope. It's because I ended up having fun on Friday with some pals, Nick.
Nice.
I think I did. I have no idea. But I had it over the weekend.
You think you had friends?
No,
you
I think I had fun, John.
Oh, you think you had fun?
I can't
remember if you had fun?
I have no idea what I did on Friday anymore. Wow. Anyway.
Waiting in line at Popeyes can make you delirious.
I was in and out of Popeyes like that. Lickety split. So I'm going to have the leftovers tonight because I ordered more than I would eat that night, so I would have leftovers.
Nice.
Yeah.
No clue. I have no idea.
Boring.
All the leftovers are gone.
Boring, Nick. That was a boring answer.
Yep.
Yeah, very boring. By the way, congratulations to Bert
and
Brett Bielema and Illinois have agreed to a 6-year contract extension. Guess how much his salary is?
8.2.
Ooh, boy, you think Illinois is made of money. Only $7.7 million. That's where his annual salary will begin. It sounds like it could be one of them escalator deals.
I love escalators. You know
Escalators,
who doesn't?
Escalators.
Chris Prudon.
That's true.
He doesn't like those.
You scared?
Yeah. Are you scared,
bitch? Tomorrow is Wednesday.
No Mike Schaefer. He's gone. He's on vacation.
Gone.
Sad.
But Bill Connolly.
Glad.
Presidency. Dumb debates,
and how much of the schedule will be leaked before the actual announcement.
Schedule day. Bye.